Think we're live. Think we're live. Good morning or afternoon, wherever you are. Probably morning if you're in the United States. Hold on, I'm just sorting up a few things here. Afternoon. Am I the biggest Foyd to ever Foyd? Why do you think that? Do I give off Foyd vibes? Alright. So I've been, prior to this stream, I was trying to find some stuff to research for like a new video. Because I think I've been focusing too much on, just by chance, too much on kind of the African question, I guess we'll say. So I'm trying to like find another topic of sorts. Because whenever trying to find these historic archive documentaries, whenever you look up stuff about civil unrest and riots, there does seem to be pretty recurring themes. So it's hard to kind of like avoid the African question. But I'll find something else that's interesting to cover before we kind of... I don't want to be repeating myself doing the same thing over and over and over again. Even though those videos are pretty fun to make. People's Republic of Glasgow, very concerned about the AQ here. Yeah. So as we jump into the ideology thing, because I found this was like pre-made by somebody from Reddit probably, because I had to change the listings of it. So we've got the top tiers based and red pilled, then based, actually works and is cool, doesn't work but it's interesting, mid, kinda gay, retarded, then cringe and retarded. That's how we're going to be ranking these ideologies. Watch Paving Over the Public. It's a doc made by Dimes Canadian Mass Migration. Let me see. This one.
And we need more immigrants. With immigration, we need immigrants.
And Minister King deliver a speech.
Moreover, Canada's policy has to be related to the social...
This could be alright. It's the issue with documentaries like this is already somebody has done the sort of examination on it. So it would just be me adding my perspective already on this guy's examination of the situation. Because I kind of like it when they have interviews with people at the time, but this could still be worth kind of covering in some way. Again, even if I can just take some clips of it as well, you never know. Could be important. So maybe we should get into this. I've not really looked into this in any way. I just picked this one because there's lots of ideologies to look at. Some of them I'm familiar with. Some of them I've got a loose idea of what they mean. Other ones we're going to need to look into it a little bit. What I'm going to do is I was watching iHypocrite. Like he's quite a cool guy. And on his streams, what he might sometimes do is like refer to Grok to ask questions. So if we need to understand one of these more specifically, we're going to ask our good friend Grok to explain it as if we're like 5 years old, and then we can make a judgment call from that. I'd like to see a video of discussing what to do once the right people are in charge. That might be a Rumble only sort of video. Somebody commented that this is going to be insightful and informative. It's probably not going to be that informative. It's probably us just going to try to be somewhat ironic and list this arbitrarily before we get bored and move on to playing some New Vegas. So let's just dive in then, shall we? I'm not going to go one after the other, we'll just kind of pick them at random to kind of pick what stands out. If anyone wants anything reviewed specifically, then we'll jump straight to that one. Just to get the little icon out of the way, that should give you an idea of what we're looking at here. Is the music too loud? Is that alright kind of balance? I like kind of the Deus Ex theme in the background. Will the stream be cut down later into the video? I think so. I like the idea of kind of maybe condensing this into maybe a highlight video, or maybe just some shorts. I'll see how it goes. There we are. Alright, let's start with maybe, I can't even read the yellow ones. That says agrarianism. Agrarianism, that's just like farming, isn't it? Little kind of farm communities, people just chilling out, kind of like the Amish, isn't it? Hold on. Is that a bit better music-wise? That's probably quite low, right? Yeah, it's probably best if the music is quieter as well, because I need to like cut the music out if I make it a highlight thing, so I can then reintroduce music to make it sound better all the way through. So agrarianism, my understanding of that is just kind of like small farm communities. Not really much else, is it? I mean, I guess it does work, and it is interesting, and it allows you to be traditional, to run a traditional kind of society, because you need to rely on kind of gender structures, because you can't really have the women tossing hay bales. So by that, it's not just actually works and is cool. You could argue it's quite based, potentially. It doesn't really, it's not as if your society could shift to this, because then you'd just be taken advantage of by other civilizations that do not uphold to agrarianism, but in its own isolated little bubble. I think it actually works, and it's quite cool. I think that's what we would do for that, right? We can chop and change this as we go, but I think the agrarianism actually works, and it's cool. I guess we'll just jump straight to the alt-right. The alt-right, I don't really understand what the alt-right means anymore. I mean, kind of like in 2015, 2016, during, prior to Charlottesville, it was like everyone that was like not Bush conservatism, they were alt-right. That included Christian nationalists, neo-pagans, it was everyone, If you make kind of like risky memes online, you're in the alt-right. So I don't really know what encapsulates the alt-right now. I think because there's been so many things that have split from that, the alt-right these days, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm thinking it as a sort of like, it's not Christian, it's kind of like more neo-pagan, isn't it? Yeah, it's an umbrella term. That's what I mean. It's like the alt-right was a huge tent movement where everyone could be a part of it. If you loved Trump, you could be in it. If you loved, yeah, it's kind of mid, because it doesn't really. I would go as far to say it doesn't work, but it's interesting because the alt-right had too many kind of overlaps of people. It was never going to work, but it is interesting because it was the first time everything kind of, I guess, came together, and then it fell apart after Charlottesville. And then after that, each kind of little segment became more distinct, where you have the, the sort of neoconservatives, or like kind of, culture conservatives, like the Shapiro types, and then the Fuentes American First. And you still kind of have strands of the kind of neo-reactionary side of things. It's just quite hard to, that could be quite interesting to like do a deep dive of, because it's like 10 years ago now. And Spencer, I mean, love him or hate him, he was the man at that time, wasn't he? He was the guy. What could be fun to cover next? Let's see. Maoism. Maoism's quite an interesting one. If you think of, if you're a Maoist today, that has to be cringe and retarded. But think of it at the time. You know, you come into power, you're Chairman Mao. And what do you begin to do? You decide to essentially, you've inherited the civilization, it's like 5,000 years old. And what do you choose to do? You choose to delete it. You choose to delete your civilization. Blank slate. What's a Maoist? A Maoist, in my view, is just kind of like I guess it's the Chinese flavor of communism. You know, communism is a sort of like ideology here, but different kind of groups will inherit it in their own kind of way, because I guess different groups will, you know, kind of like how Christianity across the world has different ways of believing it. That's due to, I would believe, due to ethnicity and biology. You know, you as a group will go down a certain path to reach the ideal you're going for. And Maoism is the Chinese version of it. So it is cringe and retarded if you're a Maoist today, because you've got this historical, you know, hindsight of what it was. But at the time, you know, you come in, you delete your civilization, blank slate, you have this like weird hatred towards sparrows, and so you decide to kill all the sparrows. What are the consequences of that? Well, all the sparrows would eat all the bugs that would kill the crops. So the crops fail, 20 million die, but you just ignore it, you just keep going, you just keep on powering through. And you know, people were having like steel foundries in their like back garden because everything just had to shift from agricultural to kind of like what happened in, I guess, Stalin's Russia. So Maoism was just delete it, delete your thousand-year history, and yeah, no one's a Maoist here. Sparrows are bastards. I like a little sparrow. They're kind of cute little birds over in the UK. So no one's a Maoist here. No one's a communist in this chat. Me especially. But we're thinking this from at the time. You know, if you just come into power and delete your civilization, blank slate, and then you just do what you like, you kind of drag your civilization through tens of millions of dead bodies to kind of bring it to the point of which you can leapfrog into, well, where China is today. So you could argue it does technically work at the expense of tens of millions of dead people. So it's kind of hard to think about it that way. These guys not only caused absolute famine, but created an economic downturn that took decades to swing back from. 20% of the population in the post-World War II peacetime. That is, yeah, that's... Yeah, I'm thinking maybe it's mid. Maoism is pretty mid then. Because I'm trying to like weigh up the options here. If you say you're a Maoist today, cringe and retarded. But at the time, I'm thinking it's kind of mid. Does that make sense? Because it kind of goes the same way with, I'm sure they'll have a yeah, this Stalinism here. Say same idea. You know, Stalin, if you listen to that video that I released, it was just a Bowden speech kind of re-uploaded. You know, the horrors of the gulags, you know, the internal battle the Soviet Union fought within itself by wiping out tens of millions of people. But from Stalin coming into power in the... When did he come into power? Like late 1920s, wasn't it? Late 1920s to like 1953, 54. The Soviet Union went from agricultural serfdom to superpower that rivaled the United States. At the expense of millions of people dying. So there's like a level of brutality to it that is kind of interesting. It did kind of work. I mean, obviously, again, if you say you love Joseph Stalin today, it's kind of cringe and retarded. But it's kind of like looking at historical, kind of like what Fuentes says. You look at this historical figure. They're a man of history. I mean, imagine you look at that, video clips of like that a tsunami that happened in 2004, or any kind of hurricane that wipes out an entire city, thousands dead, like an absolute force of nature. But this one man, through his own actions, is more devastating than a natural disaster. Something about that's kind of based, isn't it? It's not red-pilled, but it is a little bit based. Stalin did win. Yeah, again, that's true. We gotta look at this objectively. We kind of like need to separate our chud energy and look at this objectively here. So Stalinism, we're gonna say it's kind of based. Subject to, if the Telegram chuds rise up against me, then we might change that. What looks good here? Centrism. I would say centrism is definitely our first cringe and retarded ideology. I mean, really think about it. If you were introducing yourself to somebody, brief conversation, brief pleasantries, and you ask them, I mean, you're never going to ask them unless you're autistic, but you say, what is your political ideology? And they say, I'm a centrist. What do you think of that? You just think, what? How can you not like lose respect in someone who says that? People who say that, they're just worried if the left comes in, they'll be chucked in a camp, and if the right comes in, they'll be chucked into a camp. They just don't want to be chucked into a camp, either way. It's cringe and retarded. Let's have a look here. What else kind of like jumps out at us? Because I'm not really sure what anarcho-syndicalism is. My idea of syndicalism is that just like factions? You essentially have different factions in control. There's no real democracy to vote in a certain group. They essentially just exist as an entity. A faction, kind of like the East India Company. It exists as its own thing. The Knights Templar exists as a faction that has its own kind of control. That's my kind of impression of it. Maybe we can ask Grok. Again, I'm copying this of that iHypocrite. He referred to Grok to help him in things. Anarcho-syndicalism is kind of like cyberpunk. That's kind of what I was thinking. Kind of like, I've not played the cyberpunk game, but it's kind of like there's these, factions have control of certain areas and jurisdictions, and they kind of like will go at war with one another, but they will need to kind of work together in some ways. Labour unions. If you say labour unions, that kind of makes me think it's gay. But if it's kind of like triads and different kind of like gangs. So it's kind of like, it's maybe kind of based. Anarcho-syndicalism. I'm thinking it could be kind of based, maybe. Anarcho-communism, that doesn't make it... let's just chuck it in the... I might ask Grok at some point, but I think it's kind of based. Anarcho-communism. So it's communism, and communism relies on a kind of centralized authoritarianism in order to impose the values of which communism spreads, because they don't spread on their own, because they are inherently unnatural. So anarcho-communism would be communism, but without the state to impose the values of which communism upholds, right? I think that's cringe and retarded. Morning, desperately Italian, working from home again, another day of skiving. Which, in the UK, skiving means you don't do anything. I'm skiving today. It means you're just taking a day off. Or pretending to work. I think anarcho-communism is cringe and retarded. Anarcho-communism just sounds unrealistic. Yeah, that's a polite way of putting it, isn't it? What else could be interesting to go for? Radical feminism, let's just get that out of the way. I think that's... I can't even... kind of... even through the sort of lens of let's try to be balanced and whatnot, radical feminism is just cringe. And retarded. We've been through Gamergate. We know exactly what this is all about. That includes liberal feminism. They're not the same thing. You don't have any income stream right now? No, technically no. So I'm just kind of in free fall. But I've saved up a good bit of money. I mean well, good bit of money. I can probably survive for a year. But I've been... oh, what did I just do there? Oh, fuck. There we go. Oops, shit. I love it down here. I've done something bad. Have I glitched this out somewhere? Oh, no, it's fine. This isn't synthetic, man. It is not. As you see, I've got all my hair that's not falling out. Eco-fascism, that's kind of like Savitri Devi kind of stuff, isn't it? I've kind of got one of her books up there. It is kind of interesting. I do quite like it in a way. But it kind of relies on enforcing kind of, you know, everyone to be vegan. It's, I think she says something like you shouldn't, one thing I think she said was quite interesting from memory was the idea that literacy rates have improved is actually a bad thing. Having the majority of the population learn how to read, I think she argues is actually a negative thing, because what do the masses actually read for? They read like the back of a, you know, like the back of the processed food they microwave, or they're a lot more easier to propagandize if you're able to read, because they get a newspaper, they can just read that and then they absorb it and they can easily be propagandized. So eco-fascism is kind of like a return to nature with a kind of a fascist element to it. I would say it doesn't really work, but is interesting. Or is it actually works? I mean, I suppose we had no examples of it, but I think it's quite cool. I suppose we'll cover classical fascism, because fascism is something that is a very... let's see if I've got that book there actually, this is quite a good one. It's one of Evola's books, like Fascism Viewed from the Right, which is his kind of critique of fascism in Italy and in Germany during the 1930s and 40s. The way he tried to argue about fascism is, that I never hear anyone else say, is fascism is a spiritual bridge. And what I mean by that is, imagine you're Mussolini. You want to be fascist, so you have this ideal of what society is, which in his mind was Rome. So Rome's in the past. So fascism is the spiritual bridge that connects your civilization today to that of the past. So it brings kind of the past into the present, and that's how your society is run. It doesn't necessarily... there is an authoritarian element to it, but it doesn't hinge on authoritarianism to enforce everything, because everything should fall into kind of a natural hierarchy in many things. So I think classical fascism, just by its very nature, is based on red-pilled. What's pirate politics? You see that? What is that? Does sound pretty cool. Pirate politics. Can you explain to me, as if I'm 5 years old, what pirate politics are?
5-year-olds don't really care about pirate politics. They're more into treasure hunts and iPads.
No, retard, I'm pretend I'm 5 years old. Can you explain to me, as if I was 5 years old, in a few sentences, what pirate politics are?
So, imagine pirates on a big ship, all wanting shiny gold and fun adventures. Pirate politics is like grown-ups arguing who gets to be captain. They vote with fists or swords. Sometimes they team up against bad guys. Other times they fight each other over treasure.
That's pretty based and red-pilled, I must say. We're gonna chuck this up here. Yeah, I mean, who could disagree with that? That's kind of like, hopefully this won't affect the rating here, but this reminds me of when I read a Bronze Age mindset, where a Bronze Age pervert would argue, yeah, the world's fucked and masculinity's in a shambles, and rather than trying to fix society, you should just become a mercenary. You should just become a pirate. And yeah, that sounds quite cool, but then it's like you're channeling your energy into it just doesn't seem to, it's a waste of time. It's a way to obfuscate the movement. You look into Bronze Age pervert, that should not be surprising. Marxism, Leninism. Trotskyism, in my mind, it's just a watered down version of Stalinism, which to me makes it kinda gay. That's the way I'm looking at it. Because if we put Stalinism as kind of base because of how brutal and ruthless it was, but Trotskyism is the same thing, but without the kind of hardcore brutality, it's now just kind of gay. You see my logic here? Mid. It could be mid. But I just think it's kind of gay in respect to every commie in F tier. I agree to that, but we've got to look at through a slightly different lens. That would be boring as well. Neoliberalism, neoconservatism, is that the same thing? Neoclassical liberalism, what the fuck is that? Some of these are just like total nonsense. Where is, there we go, classical liberalism, that's one we're all familiar with. Classical liberalism. Now hear me out here. We've all gone through, most of us, have gone through the classical liberal phase in our lives. And why did we? It's because it makes sense to an extent. But the world we live in today, the multicultural world, can't allow classical liberalism. Classical liberalism works, Sargon, yes, exactly. It works if you have a homogeneous society. But if you're in 2026 and you want to be a classical liberal, that's retarded. This is not 2015 anymore. We're past that. It exactly makes sense in a homogeneous society. I like this is already looking kind of funny. We've got Maoism as mid and classical liberalism is retarded. This is a good list. Neoliberalism, that's what we live in today. We live in a neoliberal world. And how would you describe our world today? Would you describe it as kind of mid? Kind of gay? Retarded, or cringe and retarded? Because I think we're pretty far from living in a world that's based. That's a good point. Yeah, classical liberalism doesn't attempt to maintain the structures of which it allows it to be successful, which is homogeneity. It doesn't really identify that, which is why I'm going to keep it in retarded section. Neoliberalism, it's pretty cringe and retarded. Imagine being a neoliberal today. That would make no sense. Woke up early to watch the stream. Whereabouts are you based? Are you, I'm assuming like East Coast, probably, United States. What time is it over there now? Like 7 AM? Primitivism. What's the difference between, thank you for the $5, VTubing enthusiast. What's the difference between Luxembourgism and regular communism? I know Rosa Luxemburg died and got thrown in the river. No idea. We're gonna have to ask Grok on that one. Again, pretend I'm 5 years old, or no, that's the wrong way. Explain to me, as if I was 5 years old, the difference between Luxembourgism. No, is that how you pronounce it? It's like, it's not Luxem. Is it bourgeoisieism? Is that how it's pronounced? Bourgeoisism? Bourgeoisism? I don't know, fuck it. Pretend I'm 5 years old. Can you explain to me, as if I was 5 years old, the difference between Luxembourgism and regular communism?
Imagine two big playgrounds. Regular communism is when one grown-up boss says everyone shares toys, even if you don't want to. It's like forced playtime. Luxembourgism is like kids deciding together to share toys because it's nicer, without a boss yelling. Rosa Luxemburg thought people should choose kindness, not just follow rules.
That sounds kinda gay, I have to admit. Where's that? Where is she?
Both those ideas.
Oh, shut up, bitch. Where is that? Luxembourgism? Again, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. It's in here somewhere. Where? What color is it? That was like a pink one. There it is. We'll just go, well, yeah, it's kind of like a spin-off of communism, so even though it's kind of gay, it needs to fall into retarded. No way Trotskyism's higher than classical liberalism. There's a method to the madness. It makes sense. Egoism. So that's like the picture of Max Stirner, who wrote the Ego, an Archetype, where, you know, just arguing that everything's really a spook, where nothing else really exists other than your own mind, or at least if you interpret that, then you can kind of, it's kind of like a very sociopathic version of Machiavellianism. At least that's the way I interpreted it. So I think the best maybe person who reflects that now is that clavicular streamer. I mean, he doesn't give a fuck about anything. He's just doing his own thing. He does not care. And by channeling that raw kind of like not caring energy, you know, he is pure ego. You know, everything is almost being served to him. You know, he's getting everything he wants out of it all. So that's almost proof that it's working in this sort of modern world. It does kind of work in many, many ways. Actually works and is cool. You'd even argue it's kind of based. Is a person who thinks the world ends once they die. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like the perception that you can't really prove that nothing else really exists other than your own mind, other than your own ego. It's got to be a super simplistic way. I probably not really have to admit I didn't finish that book. But what I got from it was that kind of mindset. Obviously egoism is kind of based. I wonder where you put the Austrian painter. Where is it? There he is. It was kind of interesting. You've got Himmler as identifying as ethnic nationalism. Obviously Hitler is just the, you know, the baseline. Yeah, I think, but from if we talk about baseline ideologies based in Red Pilled, I think without further content or context due to the YouTube guidelines, let's just chuck it in the based in Red Pill and move on. 'Cause that's what we're, again, why is Himmler as the face for that? Oh well. It's what it is. Anarcho-capitalism. That used to be a big thing a lot of people in 4chan thought was pretty good. You got a lot of ANCAPs on 4chan. That, to me, that is the... There's no government, it's just the free market. The free market is everything, isn't it? That's what anarcho-capitalism is. The free market is the state. That's a bad way of phrasing it, but that is, you know, everything revolves around the free market. There's nothing to keep it in check. It just exists as it is, and is reign to do whatever it likes. That's kind of what... Because wouldn't that kind of lead to anarcho-syndicalism? I think it's just kind of mid, or even kind of gay. Doesn't work, but it's interesting. That's, yeah, maybe you're right there, because I mean, it would work to the point where you're ruled by, you know, you're ruled by Netflix, Google, and Nissan, you know. So it might work if that's what you go for. I guess it's interesting, but it's just free marketism. I'm gonna stick it in mid actually, because people are like, I love the free market. That's a proper libertarian-esque philosophy that, I mean, these days you just need to know it's just kind of dumb, you know? Civic nationalism. What do we think of civic nationalism? It's kind of a hot topic these days. I think it's pretty cringe, and it's pretty retarded. But it is funny because everyone was in that frame of mind, maybe, I mean, at least me personally, when I was going on my kind of political journey, if I go back to, say, 2015-esque, I did identify the race question, but I did think it was still a matter of culture. But once you kind of like break free from that grasp, it's just it's a philosophy that can never deal with its own problems because it fails to understand the ethnic angle of it. Tommy Robinstein, exactly. I mean, a few years ago, I would probably chuck it in the kind of gay section. But because of the political climate we're in, and how it's kind of always challenged these days, I think to be backing it is cringe and retarded. What could we do look at next? A VTubing enthusiast, thanks again. To my knowledge, distributism is based. It's like fascism, but without the risk of society falling into neoliberalism. It was developed by economists from different churches and G.K. Chesterton. Distributism. Maybe. Again, pretend or explain as if I'm 5 years old what distributism is.
Imagine everyone gets their own little farm or shop, like a backyard toy stand. Distributism means sharing land and tools, so no one has all the candy, but you still keep your stuff and play your way. Kind of like taking turns, but keeping your favorite blocks too.
Everyone gets their own bit of land. Yeah, everyone's given it. Kind of like, is everyone just given it by their very nature? Because I like the idea in like Roman times, you know, if you're like a veteran of the army, by consequence of your service, you will be given a piece of land. But if you're just given it, I've not looked at. I don't know enough about it. I mean, you say it's kind of base. It's like fascism. Let's chuck it in mid. Because if you use your kind of like frame of mind in that regard, and it could be, I don't know if it doesn't work, because we have not looked much into it, so we'll stick it in mid for now. I think that's fair. Nice guy communism, yeah. Speaking of which, democratic socialism. When I was at university, when I first went to university, when I was like 18, would have been 2013. I already had a kind of like a sort of, I didn't know this at the time, but a sort of a Socratic way of looking at it, where I knew I didn't know anything, so I was very much open to learning about every single political ideology and philosophy as I could to kind of draw my own conclusions. And I remember in my first year learning about democratic socialism, I thought, that sounds pretty good. That sounds interesting. That seems like it could work. But I think similar to to classical liberalism, it might be able to work in a homogeneous society. But even then, I've seen some documentaries on like Sweden and the Scandinavian, Finland, and these other Scandinavian countries where I think there's not as many people in deep poverty. That kind of like next level of kind of like lower middle class is just this amorphous blob of like high humanity that can never really escape it in a way. So while everyone's fine, quote unquote, it just seems to create a kind of bland kind of like way of life where everyone's kind of the same. So I think it's kind of gay in that way. Maybe retarded. Probably not. Sticking kind of gay. Let's look at this so far. I look forward to seeing this when it's done. It's going to be, out of context, it's not going to make any sense. I don't really get the difference between Marxism and Marxist-Leninism. I guess Marxism is just, what he wrote down, and Leninism is what he put into practice. That's the way I've interpreted that. I'm a bit conflicted. Grok to the rescue. Can you explain to me, as if I'm 5 years old, the difference between Marxism and Marxist-Leninism?
So, Marxism is just the starter idea. Karl Marx said workers should share everything fairly, without bosses stealing profits. Marxist-Leninism adds a twist. Vladimir Lenin said a small group of smart folks need to lead a revolution first, like teachers telling kids how to play nicely.
That'll do. You hear that? A small group of smart folks. Who are these small group of smart folks that led the revolution? It's kind of interesting when you phrase it like that. Who are these smart people? Why are they small? Are their hats small? So I think the way we'll do it is Marxism is retarded. Marxist-Leninism is cringe and retarded. I think that's a good way to do it. Monarchism. Look at this. We don't need Grok for this. Monarchism is just nice and easy to understand. I know we can get into the weeds of like Byzantinism. Byzantine is a word to use to describe a very complicated feudal system. But in essence, monarchism is pretty cool. Who's to blame? The guy on top. And it creates a very simple hierarchy. You've got the sort of king, and then the hierarchy beneath that would be, I guess, your warrior caste and the priestly caste. And then, it just goes down and down and down, and it creates a very structured hierarchy. Monarchism works. There's been many monarchies in the past. I would go as far to say a monarchism is based and red-pilled. These days, monarchism is obviously kind of gay, because the monarchy doesn't actually mean anything in these places. I mean, if you imagine the ultimate authority the monarchy had, this is kind of an Evolian way of looking at it. Monarchy was, you know, the king would literally be, in a fascist sense, the bridge between the corporeal world and God. The king would be the kind of the unifying factor that draw those things together. But then it descended into, if you take the UK for example, it became more about the lords, with like kind of more, what am I trying to say now? Well, it descended to the point where, you know, the monarchy had to rely on people with money, and it became more, disintegrated again and again, to the point where we have today, where the monarchy just held a symbolic position in the country. But now even that symbolism has been disintegrated to the point of it being, the monarchy is on the same level as any sort of tabloid celebrity newspaper. You see things about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle on the same page as like, what's his face, Piers Morgan. It's been disintegrated to the point of irrelevancy. But if we think of a pure monarchism, which people say, real communism's not been done, real fascism has been done. Well, real monarchism has been done, and it was cool. It's based and it's red-pilled. The Third Way. It's got a picture of Tony Blair and Bill Clinton. I assume the Third Way is neoliberalism. So I'm not really sure what it's trying to say with that image. But that image in itself, even if it didn't say anything, if it's just a picture of Tony Blair and Bill Clinton, that has to be cringe and retarded. The third gay? Yeah, exactly. Marxist feminism. Let's just chuck that there as well. Now we're getting to the more kind of like made up ones. National capitalism. National capitalism. How would I interpret that? I'm assuming capitalist system, but rather than the globalized thing we have now, the capitalism is all nationalized. No, not nationalized. It's rather than we have the Chinese make, this particular part of the computer, the Indians make this part, then it gets manufactured in Germany, then we sell it over here. It would be, we make every single part of this machine. That's the way I'm looking at it. State capitalism. I'm gonna get, I don't want to misinterpret this. You think national capitalism is like South America was banana states? Pretend I'm 5 years old. Can you explain what national capitalism is?
Nationalism is when everyone in your big family, called a country, cheers super loud for their flag and wants to stick together like best friends on a team.
No, not nationalism, retard. I mean national capitalism.
National capitalism is like when your whole neighborhood club owns the toy factory together, but only for kids in that club. Everyone works hard, sells stuff, makes money, but keeps it mostly for themselves, not sharing with outsiders. Think Team Pride with cash.
It's fake, don't worry much about it. Yeah, probably right. I would say it doesn't work, but I don't know if it doesn't work. Let's just stick it in mid. National Bolshevism, that's kind of retarded. Because I think the whole premise of Bolshevism and communism is to spread. You want to spread communism across the world. It has to be a worldwide revolution. You can't just have you know, the socialist revolution of the Soviet Union, it wasn't in isolation, it had to spread, which is why the Cold War unfolded. So to keep it within itself kind of defeats the purpose of it, therefore it's kind of retarded. Wouldn't go as far as cringe, because it's just kind of an inverse of itself. But I don't want to dwell too much on that. Oh god, all these are just made up bullshit, like classical conservatism, eco-capitalism, what the fuck is that? Eco-socialism, that's just hippie nonsense, I'm not even going to look into that, it's cringe and retarded. Titoism. Again, I know that's kind of an offshoot of its own type of communism to rule over the Balkans. Any Balkans in the chat? I would like your opinion on Tito. Bacon Quag, aren't you like Croatian or something? I know that's... Do you have any opinion on Tito? Was he kind of based? Did he hold the Balkans in check? Tito's even more based than Stalin. I don't know much about it, to be fair. I know it's just an absolute fucking mess. He's LGBT. We could ignore that for now. But was he kind of like... Yeah, I just have this vision. I don't know much about it, but my interpretation of Tito is like... He kind of held the Balkans in check, because the Balkans just love to fight one another. And then I don't really remember or understand the whole... Again, it's a historical kind of black spot for me. Where, was it not Bill Clinton after he got caught getting a blowjob? To kind of please Hillary Clinton, he bombed the shit out of Serbia. Yeah, I think from what people are saying, there seems to be a sentiment here that he's kind of cool, people don't really seem to mind him. Competent but not interesting, Yugoslavia was a good place under him apparently. Yeah, I'm a bit kind of conflicted, let's just stick him in. Let's just say he was pretty based. Titoism is based. You have that on my authority, as someone who doesn't really know much about it. Social liberalism, I think that's, is that John Stuart Mill? I thought that'd be under classical liberalism. Let's put it in retarded. I used to quite like John Stuart Mill at university. I liked his harm principle. Again, these kind of like liberal ideas, or the classical liberal ideas, all make sense. They're all kind of like woven through our society. But the very fabric of that society has been destroyed because of the, I guess, multicultural framework we're in now. It can't exist in unison with it. Strasserism, that one's sticking out to me. Strasser, isn't he like, wasn't he sort of a German economist? Am I right in saying he was the sort of quote-unquote commie of the Nazis? Or am I just making that up? Strasserism. I just don't know what it is. Can you pretend I'm 5 years old? Can you explain what Strasserism is?
Stresserism? Oh, that's when some grown-ups get all worked up thinking the world needs more fights and scary stuff to stay strong. Like poking everyone with sticks so they're tough. Kinda silly, right? We just want to play safe.
No, that sounds pretty cool actually. So it's kind of like the idea that you kind of need to have conflict. Not necessarily violent conflict, but it's kind of like you need to have some level of kind of like antagonism to grow and to be strong. Which kind of makes sense. I mean, if you look at the European countries, you know, France, German, or the Holy Roman Empire, the Italian states, Spain, Portugal, all fighting amongst one another during the medieval period. But over time became, you know, Europe became as strong as it was, as prosperous as it was, as artistically magnificent as it was through this sort of internal turmoil. It's revolutionary socialism with an ethnic bent to it. Yeah, I can see that. I'm gonna stick it and it doesn't work, but it's interesting. It's like NatSoc, but with more socialist economics. I guess because people forget, National Socialism. There's a socialism aspect to it. There's not this nationalized. You can have two things in life, in a society: a welfare state or mass immigration. And so that's why nationalized socialism seems to work in some way. Christian democracy. If it was Christian autocracy or Christian theocracy, that could be kind of based. But Christian democracy, isn't that kind of, it doesn't make any sense to me, because it's like, I guess it depends what sort of Christian. If you're like more of a Catholic, then Christian democracy would make no sense, because it relies on, a spiritual hierarchy that you can't just vote in and out, unless you count voting the Pope in as part of Christian democracy. Or is the idea, in order for the democracy to run, everyone has to be Christian who's running? Almost based. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I think it's kind of mid. If it said theocracy, that could be based in red pill, but Christian democracy, that word makes me not like it. I would say it's mid. Deep ecology, that's Ted Kaczynski. That's the way I'm kind of like interpreting deep ecology. Or primitivism. I'm not really sure the difference between primitivism and deep ecology. I'm not so sure. I think I have to rely on Grok again for this one. Primitivism is just Luddites, so that is like Ted Kaczynski. He's like a Luddite, isn't he? Because I always kind of thought it's kind of like the agrarianism we talked about earlier. It kind of makes sense. It does work in a way, but you can't really. Primitivism would be like, we're just going to do a hard reset. Civilization, technology, electricity, just pull the lever and switch it off. It doesn't really work that way in, humanity will always create technology. So primitivism just tries to reset the clock, but eventually time will kind of catch up and you'll find itself. It's kind of like, if you imagine the Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail, primitivism would just be trying to make the snake a little bit bigger before it kind of destroys itself. So I would say it doesn't work, but it is interesting. Well, thanks for the 10. How do you say that? Is it He Weston 609? Kinda can judge how based these are by their ability to repel outside power and how they can project power. Yeah, that's one angle I'm looking at. Also, does it work in its own contained space? Does it work within the, in respect to the whole world? That's what I was thinking about agrarianism. If we became an agrarian society, which is essentially kind of like what the Amish do, you can't really defend against the Chinese invading you. You can't really defend against that. But it does work in its own isolated little bubble. So we're trying to again, the more I try to rationalize how I'm doing the options, only kind of highlights that I'm just making this up as we go along here. So let's not look too much into it. Deep ecology is hippie eco stuff. Deep ecology, yeah, that's kind of like, enforced vegetarianism. It's kind of like, it essentially puts humanity under everything else that is natural. You know, rather than we are essentially humans, you know, in control of the world, it puts the world above us. So it almost kind of like dehumanizes people in that sense, which is kind of retarded, because it's like, let's create a philosophy that, you know, puts ourselves beneath the red squirrel, which sounds quite mean. I mean, we love nature, but we're part of it, and we're almost kind of like the arbiters. We're like if you imagine nature is kind of like an orchestra, and we are the conductor. You know, everyone can kind of do what they want, but we can kind of, you know, keep things in a nice fluid motion, but we don't want to be working our way to destroy it. Sterling, Spawn Freak, thanks for the 5. I just watched your Bernard Gates vid. Remember how Joker said it was a rich white guys who go out to watch 4 on the subway? Yeah, I remember, I think it was actually years ago, I actually caught like a Devin Stack stream, and he mentioned that, and some other people commented in that as well, so I'm glad others have picked up on it. That video that I did there, for those who don't know, obviously the story was this young guy was picked on by 4 blacks, and that was, you know, it was the pretty stereotypical scenario. But in Joker, the Joaquin Phoenix one, the director wanted to create the exact same. He was inspired by that incident, the video I just covered. He was inspired by it to have the Joker character harassed on the train, where Joker would need to pull his gun, the exact same gun, a 38, like a .38 caliber, and shoot the guys. But who were the people who were harassing him on the train? Was it 4 black teenagers? No, it was like 2 or 3 white guys in suits. You know. So that's all you need to know about that. But thank you very much for noting that as well. Where are we on? Deep ecology. Retarded. Eco-capitalism. That could be interesting actually, because one of the main things people have against capitalism is, what I don't like is like, you know, plastic waste. I hate litter. It's one of my hugest pet peeves, is people littering. Hold on a sec. Sorry. So the idea of there was sort of a strong eco element to it, I could get behind that. What upsets me about the whole kind of like green politics these days, it's just been turned into carbon taxes, social credit scores, heating your home being extortionate. That's one thing people forget as well. When you walk around Glasgow, for example, in Scotland, old red stone tenement buildings, high ceilings, big windows. Why could they get away with that? Because you know, energy was quite cheap, so you could have, you know, heating your home with big windows, high ceilings takes a lot of energy, but there was energy abundance. But now everything is low ceilings, small windows, because heating your home, you know, 100 years later, is actually infinitely more expensive. So maybe I would actually say eco-capitalism. I don't know if it works. It is interesting. Let's stick it in mid. I think it's mid. You started throwing plastic around town when they started making bottle caps that cannot be removed easily. If I saw you do that, I would have words with you. That something about it. I remember my mum told me a story when I was like 3 years old, you know, walking around, barely being able to talk. And she described, I don't remember this, but she said we were walking together, and she said this like massive fat woman, like grotesquely fat, not like, oh, there's fat, like grotesque, like they're living 10 years max after they've gotten their body into that state. And my mum said this massive fat bitch drops like a packet of crisps. And apparently I walk up to her and I point at the crisps, and I point at the bin, and I just say, bin. And I think about that sometimes because my mindset has not changed at all. I hate fly tippers. You know, you'll see a lot of videos of people in the UK or Europe, you know, people fly tipping. You know, certain groups like to fly tip more than others. Look at certain countries in the world like Bangladesh and India. Look at the state of them. It's like part of their culture just to throw stuff away. See, when you remember those in Birmingham there was those the council was getting a lot of flack because there's just bins everywhere. I don't know if they've even fixed it yet. Let me see here. So I was trying to find some other documentaries. Let me see here. Let's see. Birmingham. Straight. I think this is still going on. Because see, when you see stuff like this, people like to think the council's to blame. Look at what the council's doing. Why isn't the council doing more? But why is there this? Why, you know, if you've got a community of people where it's their culture to dump everything on the street, how can the council possibly keep up with that? Now, how can they actually keep up with people dumping shit everywhere? It's like not. Yes, it's their responsibility to collect it, but where I grew up in, you know, I didn't come across fly-tipped mess that'd be cleared the next day. The mess wouldn't exist to begin with. People just wouldn't do that. We're getting through this. How do I pronounce that? Jish? Who's that? Is that Kim Il-sung? North Korea? Yes, big commie, but is he kinda based? You know? Is Kim Il-sung kinda based? North Korea, best Korea? Have we been psyoped? Or is it just retarded because his population's like 2 or 3 inches smaller than the South Koreans, starving to death, building buildings that, you know, remember that huge hotel that they built? Pseudo-monarchism. I don't know much about him. I guess it's just we need to kind of look at what North Korea is now, which is essentially the same. You know, North Korea is like a time capsule. It doesn't work. I would go as far to say it's just retarded. North Korea's cringe. Yeah, it's funny to rat on, isn't it? South Korea's worst birth rates. Yeah, I guess the East Asian countries just have a horrendous sort of culture in regarding birth rates. Because it's shared across Japan as well. They reckon China isn't as populated. I've seen some, I don't know if this is true, but I think people are saying that China is like overestimated its population by like 500 million people apparently. Ironically, North Korea is twice the birth rate of South Korea. But what is the child mortality rate? You know, you can pop them out, but if they don't survive till they're 5 years old, then it's kind of like... I think if you have a philosophy, a political ideology, that maybe have had a bit of a rough start, but over like 60 years later, you still think you're at war, people eat dogs. There comes a point where they need to look at themselves and just realize this is kind of retarded, right? That's the way I'm kind of like thinking about it. Liberal conservatism. Just those two words together is cringe and retarded. So I was just checking something there. Radical conservatism. Radical conservatism. That's just like one step below becoming based. So I think that's going to be mid. You could argue it works. Because radical conservatism would at least... Because normal conservatism is just conserving the victories of the left of 10 years ago. So maybe radical conservatism would have a bit more of a pushback on that. Maybe. Potentially. So maybe it's just mid. I'll zoom out a bit there. Bit better to see that way, right? Agorism. What's agorism? A-G-O-R-I-S-M. Agorism. Explain to me as if I'm 5 years old. Can you explain what agorism is?
Agorism's like playing a secret game in the park, where you make and trade toys without telling the big kids, the teachers. It's all about being sneaky and free. No rules from grown-ups. Just swapping candy for cookies with your friends.
What? What the fuck did you just say? Is that just trade-based economy? There's no money, you're just trading things. I'll give you 10 bricks for 1 sheep. That sounds retarded. What the fuck did... You know what I mean? What the fuck? That made no sense. Who are the adults in that situation? That made no sense. Bartering. Barter system. Barter system is interesting. Especially in like international relations. I think it was the nationalist Germans of the 1940s. They were kind of trying to use bartering as a means to kind of like... Because they didn't have any gold reserves after losing the First World War. They were trying to barter their way through trade agreements. So it can be, you know, it has an element of, you know, where it can work if you're trying to work out with the international finance system. But just by that description alone, that is retarded. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. Anarchist feminism, cringe and retarded. Authoritarian conservatism. That is interesting. Who's that? Is that Thomas Hobbes? Who's that? Authoritarian conservatism. I would say it actually works, but I wouldn't really say it's cool. It's a little bit based, maybe? Because it's like, I think that's the only way conservatism would actually work. You know, if you want to conserve your country as it is, we're conserving our traditions, our people, our heritage, our institutions. In order to do that, letting it just go into free fall through a liberal state, everything will disintegrate even as much as you try to prevent it. But authoritarian conservatism will impose these things that they must remain as they are. So maybe it's kind of based. Maybe it's based. Better than the current. Yeah, I think authoritarian conservatism is based. It's not red-pilled, because I think conservatism can't be red-pilled, but it can still be based. Okay. Individualist anarchism. That's just a zombie apocalypse, isn't it? You know, there's nothing but you. Everyone else is an individual, and there's nothing to control you. Yeah, that philosophy is just playing GTA, isn't it? I almost want to say it's kind of cool, but it just sounds like it's a, what if everyone just did whatever they wanted and nothing could stop you? That's like kinda gay. Giga Chadism. Yeah, only the strongest Giga Chads survive in individualist anarchism. If you're not a Giga Chad and you support individualist anarchism, you are throwing yourself to the wolves. The Giga Chad wolves. Part of me kind of likes it though, because it's just like, you know, it's like you're playing a an RPG game, and you're creating your own character, and it's just like that's all you've got. It's you. Individualist anarchism. Essentially, that's what I'm doing in Fallout New Vegas. That's the kind of playthrough I'm doing right now. I think it's mid. Actually, it doesn't work, but it's interesting. Sounds kind of based. It is kind of based. Yeah, I think you're right. It's kind of based. Objectivism. I don't really know what that is, but it's a picture of Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand. Let's have a dog-eat-dog sort of scenario. I guess, is it not like the Bioshock Rapture City? It's kind of based off of her philosophy. But it's kind of been more, a lot of people kind of like Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged, all that sort of stuff. It's kind of... kind of gay. She wasn't hot. Yeah, also early life check on that. In the context of the Bioshock game, it's cool. In the context of reality, it's kind of gay. Mutualism. This one's been sticking out. I don't really know about mutualism. It sounds kind of like centrism. I don't know if that's the same thing. Can you explain, as if I'm 5 years old, what mutualism is?
Mutualism's when all your friends help each other out, like sharing swings and snacks without anyone being the boss. You trade toys fair and square, no fighting, just, hey, I help you if you help me. Everyone's happy playing together.
That's pretty cringe and retarded. Do you think that's how fucking playgrounds work? No, there's going to be some big kid who wants your ball and he takes it. Sorry. That's just how... that's how it goes. Whenever you hear like her, Grok explain it in a way where it's like everyone just is happy and gets along, that's gay. Right. Social conservatism. Got that. All these kind of conservative, kind of like, let's get all the conservatives thing all lined up. Let's get all the yellow ones, red ones. It's kind of just... because it kind of color codes it in a way. It's got a picture of Ronald Reagan for paleoconservatism, but I thought the best paleoconservative would be like a Pat Buchanan sort of type, who, from my understanding, I'm not an expert on him, is kind of based. Ronald Reagan did lots of things that were not based. Like, didn't he... what's the word I'm looking for? He didn't nationalise a bunch of people who should be in the country. Where you essentially just legalise a population of illegals. He's not a paleocon. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, kind of a Pat Buchanan type. I think Pat Buchanan sort of... that's... paleoconservatism? I think that's kind of... that's essentially what 1950s America was. Paleoconservatives. Amnesty. Yes, exactly. Granted amnesty. Naturalised. Yeah, same kind of thing. So, if we pretend Ronald Reagan's face was actually Pat Buchanan, then we would probably say it's because I'm imagining 1950s America as sort of paleo conservatism. I don't know. I feel like paleo cons are, yeah. I think paleo, just my in vision of it, paleo conservatives, you know, after the war, you know, America. You know, we look back at America, you know, that 1940s, 1950s Art Deco, you know, homogenous country. You can. It just seemed kind of. It seems it actually works, and it's pretty cool. I wouldn't say it's super cool, but it actually works because we had a working example of it. Pardon me. Classical conservatism. Again, I don't really know the distinctions here. Social conservatism, neoconservatism. I mean, neoclassical liberalism. Let's just ignore these ones at the end because they just seem kind of like all the mishmash of the same. National syndicalism. That sounds quite interesting. National syndicalism. That's essentially what we're talking about syndicalism earlier, but instead the factions are all part of a specific country. But I don't know how the country would be kept in check if it's just factions within it. Or national, we think of national, we think of a people. So it would be a specific people, part of different syndicates. Which sounds kind of cool. Sounds, again, it's kind of like, I don't know. I want to stick that into maybe doesn't work, but it's interesting. Francisco Franco, National Syndicalism. So by that nature, is it kind of based then? Yeah, fuck it. Never good. Social conservatism seems based. We need socially conservative values. Socially conservative. What do you mean by socially conservative values, though? Favorite racing game, and why is it Midnight Club? Unfortunately, it's not Midnight Club. It's a Burnout 3 Takedown. That's the base. That's the best racing game there is. Wanted to play it on stream, but I can't play it without the music playing because the music's so good. Kind of like that early 2000s garage metal, but I couldn't play it without copyright stuff. Synthesis anarchism. Can you explain, as if I'm 5 years old, what synthesis anarchism is?
Synthesis anarchism is when all your wild playground buddies, like punks, singers, and magic folk, team up without any leader. It's mixing their cool tricks so everyone plays free and helps each other. No big boss telling you what to do.
That sounds so gay. Everything else is just going to be kind of in the... I need to double check what... I'm assuming this is just kind of like left-wing babble. Don't know who this guy is, but you can just tell it's like not a... I mean, scroll down a bit. It's just not going to be anything we're interested in. Georgism? I'm not sure what that is either. Pretend I'm 5 years old. Can you explain what Georgism is?
Georgism is a fun rule where all the land in our giant playground belongs to everyone. So if someone builds a fort there, they gotta pay a tiny bit, like sharing cookies, to play on it. That way, no one hogs all the swings.
Hold on. All the land belongs to everyone. Oh no, shut up. I'm trying to go back. Shut up, bitch. Oh no, I'm Grockus. Don't respond to that. Georgium is fun when it real land. So if everyone builds a tiny fort there, they got to pay a little bit. What? Left-wing version of libertarianism. It's probably kind of gay then, isn't it? Green anarchism, to me, I just envision kind of like tribes that have not been contacted. But even then, you know, actually that wouldn't be right, because the tribes themselves is not anarchism because they've formed a tribe. So green anarchism is just you saving it, you know, being a pure environmentalist for its own sake by yourself. Green anarchism. Does that make sense? Green anarchism. I don't know, with some of these are just super duper hippie. Yeah, it just sounds, I think you're right. Social democracy. I guess if you look at kind of some of the northern European countries are kind of like socially democratic. They're alright, I guess. Kind of work. For as long as they keep homogenous, I guess. I would say doesn't work. I would say it's maybe mid. Because it's definitely not cool. There's examples of it kind of working. It is kind of gay though. I think it's kind of gay. Gay? Yeah. Right libertarianism. I think we have a bit of soft spot for right libertarians. You know, all the guys who would have their "Don't Tread on Me" flags. You know, there's like an element of that, which is quite, you know, sympathetic. But at the same time, those sort of like gun-toting libertarians that want to chill out and be left alone. To be a libertarian doesn't really protect you from other people fucking you over, in a way. Yeah, you've got your guns, quote unquote, but it's not really gonna... What are you really gonna do against someone who's got a bigger gun? And right libertarianism, I suppose that's going to be more socially conservative, but there's nothing to keep that in check because it's libertarian by its nature. Gay. The problem with right libertarianism is they don't do anything. That's a great point. It's a very good point. Gotta admit, I loved John McAfee. What an absolute kind of fucking maverick he was. I love watching his old, not even old interviews, just interviews he had with like random people during lockdown and stuff. He would just be bored and be in it. You know, if my channel was as big as it was now, which is not very big, and John McAfee was still alive, he would go out his way to have an interview with me for at least 25 minutes. If it was still lockdown and he had nothing else to do, he would be like, yeah, fuck it, I'll go on that guy's channel. So I missed a chance. But I think, yeah, it's kind of gay. And by proxy, left libertarianism is retarded. Communalism, that's just... Yeah, I'm not even going to look into that. Neoclassical liberalism. Neoclassical. I'm thinking big pillars. Colosseums. How does that become into neoclassical liberalism? Neoclassical liberalism. Because I know about neoliberalism, but neoclassical? Neoclassical. Sargon. Good point. Live in the flesh. Neoclass. I don't understand. I don't refer to Grok every time, but it's kind of... Can you explain as if I was 5 years old what neoclassical liberalism is?
Neoclassical liberalism is when big kids say, hey, let's all trade toys and make stuff, but no one fights if someone gets more glitter. Everyone's free to pick their game, and if you're super good at hopscotch, you get extra points. Sounds fair, doesn't it?
Can you explain neoclassical liberalism? Can you explain neoclassical liberalism in just 3 sentences for me, please?
Liberalism says everyone gets to choose their own games and keep the toys they earn. Grown-ups promise to watch so no one bullies or steals from you. It's like playing fair, but doing what makes you...
It's just fucking gay. Whatever. If I don't understand it in 2 ways, see you later, Desperate Italian. All the best. Enjoy your work from home shift. De-Leonism. I'm assuming this is De-Leonism. I guess it's a French kind of like version of of like communism, I guess. Let's put classical conservatism and actually works. Social is going to be mid, and neo is gay. I think that's a good way to do it. And lastly, can you explain briefly what De-Leonism is? I can't even pronounce that. Can you explain what De-Leonism is? It's spelled...
What does that mean?
Shut up. Actually, I'll just... What D... Let's see... Yeah, it's like a spin-off of Marxism, argues that the working class must organize into 2 parallel structures to overthrow capitalism. There's a militant industrial... It's just communism. Unlike Leninism, it rejects any prolonged dictatorship. Alright, so it's kind of gay then. Yeah, at least with like Leninism, Stalinism, you got this, you know, this force of nature in charge, but this just becomes kind of gay. So let's review. We're based in red-pilled political ideologies. We've got classical fascism, pirate politics, Nazism, ethnic nationalism, and monarchism. Based Stalinism, Titoism, anarcho-syndicalism, egoism, authoritarian conservatism, individualist anarchism, and national syndicalism. So far I'm quite happy where things are sitting. Actually works and is cool. I'm going to put cool in kind of like commas again. We've got agrarianism, paleo-conservatism, and classical conservatism. Doesn't work, but it's interesting. Alt-right, eco-fascism, Strasserism, and primitivism. How's Stalin based? Trust me, he's kind of based. No one here likes Stalin. No one's going to say I'm a Stalinist. No one's going to say what the Soviet Union did was kind of cool. But in terms of, you know, what he did was just, as I said earlier, a hurricane is less devastating than Stalin. And that in itself is kind of based. Mid, we put Maoism, anarcho-capitalism, distributism, national capitalism, Christian democracies, eco-capitalism, radical conservatism, and social conservatism. Kinda gay, we put Trotskyism, because, again, Trotskyism is just Stalinism, but without the kind of things that make Stalinism interesting, like gulags and purges. So that's why it's kinda gay. democratic socialism, objectivism, Georgism, social democracy, right libertarianism, neoclassical liberalism. I didn't understand that. I want to stick that back into retarded. That as well. As we can see, most political ideologies are retarded, or cringe, and retarded, which should be to no one's surprise. All the feminism, all the kind of like really bizarre spin-offs of Marxism, centrism, eco-socialism, kind of hippie nonsense. I think this is fair. Does anyone have any serious disagreements or any kind of suggestions of where things should maybe go, or does this, in general, this makes sense, right? Not really. Stalin only obtained power through the backs of the white movement. True, but I guess once he had it, you know, once he had the power, you know, he did what he wanted. And what he did was he dragged the Soviet Union from an agricultural society to, you know, sending the, what were they doing again? Sending off the first space probes. So, quite a good effort. Had to kill like 20 million people to do it, but it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Oh, that was fun. Yeah, I might find like another kind of like similar list to do next time we stream, because that was quite fun, quite engaging. Because they quite like kind of splitting these up to do not just pure gameplay, because I think it'd be a bit boring. But that was fun just to kind of get that out of the way. Let's what I want to do is maybe put some, yeah, I'll put this in the background, because every time I played New Vegas, it's like it's always hit me with like some sort of copyright thing, because there's always a song on the radio that gets me. So we'll play some, actually let me just pause that for now. Let me just see if I can get into the game, because the game, as we know, doesn't like to work that well. Place your bets. Is it going to work first time? Why is alt-right in the doesn't work tier? The way we positioned alt-right is, if you imagine Charlottesville, 2015, Richard Spencer sort of era, the alt-right was a huge umbrella, big tent movement. If you were not a Bush conservative, you could be on the alt-right. You could be there. You could be in. You could be in the club. After Charlottesville, the alt-right kind of fell apart, because that movement was essentially just lambasted. Everyone kind of didn't want to be associated with it. So over the next few years, there was different groups kind of like refined themselves, like America First, for example, is probably the biggest spin-off of the alt-right, because it's more of a Christian identity, pro-America movement, which differentiates itself from the alt-right, because the alt-right kind of became very neo-pagan in nature as well, and these groups just didn't really get along with one another. So it's interesting, but if you were to encapsulate the alt-right as what the alt-right kind of was during that time, you know, if you look at kind of the Murdoch cartoons, it's very interesting. But if you imagine you had these people together, because what the right wing does, it doesn't really get along all that well with one another. They're very easy to kind of split off and make different groups. Okay, we're in actually. Okay, we have sound. Last we're at, we killed Caesar, so what I'm going to do is try play the music. Hopefully the levels are alright. How's that sound? The music at an alright level? Oop, the game is crashing on me here. Okay. We're back. I hope that sounds alright. If you can hear the game, how does the bullet sound? Sound reasonable? Okay. The US industrial capacity was untouched completely, so they had the head start. Yeah. Good levels, thank you. Yeah, I'm still kind of retarded when it comes to audio levels. That's my biggest downfall when it comes to video editing or anything. I'm just kind of not that good at it. Now that's a good look. This is, what was the ideology earlier? Anarcho-individualism. This is anarcho-individualism at its finest. Where you get to become Caesar. Maybe we should go back and make it based and red-pilled. So, what we need to do... I want to kill the boomers. And I mean that in New Vegas, not in real life. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Because we need to deal with the boomers. Oh, I think what I'll do is we'll go to New Vegas. We need to speak to Yes Man first. Because I actually need to kind of kick off the end game quests, I think. Who the fuck's shooting at me? Very nice. Yeah, I thought about the next game I might want to play. I was looking at a few different things. I was actually looking at Postal 2. Because that's a game I do own. I've played it a little bit. Like, I've played it for like, you know, when you go on, you start a new game, muck around for an hour. But I've never actually played it. And it does look quite interesting. So Postal 2 could be a good one to try. Pirate politics? Yeah, pirate politics, honestly, when I listened to the way Grok explained it, I just couldn't not but really, really like it.
Keep fighting!
I need to get out of here. That glare is mad. Pardon me. Alright, can I wait? Okay, we can finally fast travel. This isn't like the Fallout show where the divided legion with my two racially diverse Caesars. I was blown away when I was watching Synthetic Man's like kind of like review of the show. And it was like crazy that they did that to the Legion, where they had like Caesar's body in the middle of a field and two sides were fighting over it, which was essentially hills smaller than this. It made no sense. Like, watching that show was a humiliation ritual, so I'm glad he did it for the sake of us, just to be, you know, because I like his takes on those sort of things. He just gets straight to the point on the propaganda, and I like how black-pilled he is. He's just like so defeated. There's always like a good laugh, just kind of like listening to him. Where are we? Strip. Yeah, I saw people making fun of the entrance to the strip looked different. I mean, it's like a set, fair enough, you know, it's not going to look identical. But I think the issue was the set, you know, this entrance was right here. And then beneath this would just be like desert. There was no free side, there was no like actual other buildings and other settlements you had to get through to get to the gate. It was just desert, then gate. Which just seemed a bit silly. Synth loves putting himself through humiliation rituals. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you're on camera long enough, you know, you're gonna say some things because, you know, you are... I mean, this is like a low-level talk show. You know, you're just watching me and I'm just talking shit. And eventually something's gonna slip. But luckily, I don't have much to give away. So, I would like to avoid being a lol cow for as long as possible. But usually lol cows, you know, you can't really, you don't really choose to become a lol cow. It just kind of happens, right? I wouldn't say Synth is a lol cow. You know, I think people like to just because he is just kind of freestyling and honest and whatnot. Lol cow, a real lol cow, he's got nothing on Boogie. Wings of Redemption. I love those. There's these like YouTube channels. There's a Breaking... what's his face? Breaking Banquet. And it's all about just cataloguing Wings of Redemption. Something about that stuff is just so funny. Where is... 13th floor? Is this where Benny's flat is? We need to find Benny's room. Because in there will be kind of Yes Man, I'm pretty sure. Fuck you. Synth is a real human being. Yeah, he's a sound guy. Sound is a British expression to mean cool. So he's pretty sound. And he actually inadvertently helped me out because I sent him like a video, one of my early gaming ones, just to check out, which he did, and that kind of gave the channel a nice little boost on the stream, which is good. Is this Benny's place? Yes, here we go.
Hey! Hi there! Good to meet you. What can I do for you today?
The people on a specific site who attribute the lolcow people are usually 20 times worse. That's very true, because I saw that recent drama. I didn't look much into it, but there's that recent drama my mate was telling me about a Turkey Tom. About he's been like Me Too'd by like a couple of women, and it's all, and I think it's through bitterness from a, what's the site that he uses that's like cataloging all the stories on him, that forum page, I forget the name of it. Because essentially what Turkey Tom does for his videos, he essentially uses that as a means to research and make videos. And I think the people who use those forums are just bitter because they probably wish they're him. So they've got nothing better to do than than just go after him. Kiwi Farms, yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Okay. So we're just skipping through the dialogue here. I killed Mr. House already. Yes. I have the chip. Okay, I mean, I need to plug him in first. And this is the only character where we can't kill. Are you coming with me? Turkey Tom's a weird guy. I know nothing about it, to be fair. But if you spend enough time on the internet, if you are... I think that's what we need to worry about. If you get into like a relationship with someone and you're like a public figure, quote unquote, you just gotta be aware that things can destroy you. What's happening here? What are we doing here? Meet him at Lucky 30. I need to go to that place now. Can I get out this way? No. Is that the 2045 pistol? Yeah, it's the... I'm assuming you mean that's like the Blade Runner one. Yeah, it's called that gun. But I think it's the... like a wink and a nod to the first Blade Runner film. I need to get out of here. Do. Right. Is that quick save? I can barely hear the There we go. Shouldn't the big robot be following me?
I know a guy. His motto is love thy neighbor. He lives.
I'm never really around to catch synth streams. I would usually catch them when I was like still working. I would like get ready for work, and I'd see he'd be like, you know, it would be the classic like his little icon, and then just be like a black screen, while he's just kind of talking a bit of shit at the very end. It's always quite amusing.
Hi! This is big, huh? Here goes. I'll just take that platinum chip off your hands. Thanks. Wish.
Here we go. The game can crash usually here, so let's hopefully it doesn't. Nice.
Wow. Mr. House had quite a setup here. I can access his databanks and view telemetry on every Securitron on the network. Wait.
Atlanta, Georgia, hello. All the way from there. Where's Atlanta? Is that kind of like southeast coast, is that right?
Step closer to the demonstration area, please. Okay, so you're familiar with Securitrons by now, obviously. I mean, some of your best friends are Securitrons, right?
Oh, I remember I'm forced to watch this bullshit for a time.
Protecting our delicate electronic insides from small arms fire and shrapnel. Our left arm contains an X-25 Gatling laser, quite deadly against non-targets immediate range. That looks like fun. And for close-range suppression and ground control, we have this handy-dandy...
Did you enjoy the last video that I did, the subway one? I think that was my favourite one that I've made. I just, something about the way the music kind of hit. I kind of liked how that one kind of came together.
Secondary weapons.
Didn't take me very long to make either.
We've been running the Mark I operating system, which doesn't have drivers for our primary weapons. Imagine! Now watch this. I'm downloading the Mark II OS to all Securitrons on the network. Makes quite a difference. With the
This guy, hurry up, please.
launcher, we can engage ground and air
Whoa, what's going on?
and a rapid-fire heat grenade launching system that makes us deadly in close-range engagements. Woo! Look at that! The OS upgrade also includes drivers for our onboard auto repair systems. Just try to hurt us now. Altogether, this software upgrade confers a 235% increase in combat effectiveness per unit.
I quite enjoyed that tier list earlier, so I think I might make like another one. Maybe next stream.
Worthy of protecting it.
I'll like come up with an idea for another kind of tier. That one was like pre-made, which was good. I just had to change the rankings of it.
I know you're a busy person.
So we find something similar, that could be good fun. Because that was a political ideology one. What do you think would be a good idea? It'd be fun to do like kind of like a e-celeb one, right-wing e-celebs. But again, I would be joking, kind of like that political grifter video I made. It was all kind of tongue-in-cheek. But people just people don't like it when you insult their favourite e-daddy. Even though it's all in good fun, just having a bit of a joke, people just don't really like it. Okay. Okay, let's go and deal with some of these factions. Famous Jewish people tier list. That'd be a pretty big list. So we want to go here. Alright, here we go. Veronica's not with me. Oh shuck, I'm already getting blasted. 95%, that's really good, right? That's really good percentage. Not a fucking chance. No way. Got a long walk to go. A Bowden companion mod, that would be so good. He's just like spewing off. Because there's so many good kind of audio clips of Jonathan Bowden you could use for a companion mod in Fallout or Skyrim. That would be great. There was a really funny one back in the day where you have like, was it Rick Grimes from The Walking Dead? And all he would say is, Coral? Coral! Because he couldn't really say Carl properly, he could only say Coral. Something about that was just really funny back in the day. But that's another show I just hate watch. What is this? Oh. Game's lagging a little bit. This like 15-year-old game just can't seem to run all that well. Missile, we need some of that. Yeah, I think that tier list, that could be... I could probably make that into like a... Do you think it'd be better for like just a lot of shorts? Or do you think an actual kind of like stream highlight video of that tier list. Do you think that would be any good?
Whoa there, pal. You better slow down, or you'll get blown up like the rest of the idiots who thought they'd scavenge in Boomer territory. Now that I've got your attention, might you be interested in a little information?
Oops. Get a third person shot off. Something about the aiming isn't quite right in this game. Oh, he's down. And out. $400 caps. Right, quick save. This is brutal. We need to... I don't remember this run. I think because I've got a sprint mod, this probably be quite easy, I think. We just need to kind of run past the bombs. Fucking run. Oh, Brother to Steel guy. Where was it? You see that? There's a Brother to Steel guy just there. Ah. I think he's there for an unrelated quest I've got. I'm not doing that tier list. I'm not doing a Toucan tier list. This is a YouTube channel, remember, guys. Because some people have been trying to call me out for not saying certain things, but they fail to remember that this is a YouTube channel. There he is. There he is. Do you see him his body fly in the distance there? The channel's usually for those who already know. And I feel like the videos themselves are compelling enough and kind of like can introduce people who are maybe unfamiliar with these sort of topics, kind of ease them in. Because the way I'll frame the videos, I'm like asking questions throughout the videos, like why are they here? What's going on? You know, it's very inquisitive that way. Oh, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, you see that? I need to chase down his body. What the fuck? No! Oh dear. Oh, he's in the base now. How am I supposed to... Oh, I landed on him. He's got nothing. That was ridiculous. Hug cliff face. Yeah, but there was a Brother to Steel kind of bodies I needed to get for that quest, but it doesn't matter, I suppose. Who's in charge? I didn't come here to attack you.
I'll take this from here. I'm Raquel, Master at Arms for the Nellis homeland. Mother.
Yeah. Lead the way.
Welcome, child. Took your sweet time getting here, didn't you? I've been waiting a good 5 years for an outsider to come along and visit.
You have to do Fume sponsorships on YouTube. We'll eventually ignore you. I don't have a sponsorship, I'm afraid. I've not sold out yet, but if anyone's willing to sponsor, I would take the money. Yeah, an old Void run. This is quite a funny faction, because if you want to like deal with the boomers, you literally just need to kill this woman who they lead you to. And once she's dead, the boomers they just don't exist as a faction anymore. They're gone. So let's just... I'm not interested, I'll be leaving. I don't care what we have to say. And now we just need to shoot our way out here. It's pretty smoky in here actually. Don't mind if I do. So, what should we start blasting people with? We do have the alien blaster, which is quite cool. Nice. Ash pile. Somebody said something else there. Somebody said we got a man down. I don't know who said that. What guns have I got? Thing made. I need a VPN to sponsor me. Because VPNs are kind of like, they understand edginess. So if I can get a VPN to sponsor me, that would be good. I don't really know how to go about getting sponsorships. I don't know if I need to go out my way, or if someone's just going to stumble across me. I've not really looked into that much. Again, if I make good content, that's the priority, but it would be good to get someone just to give me some shekels. But I think all the boomers hang out in this like big hangar, or at least one of the big hangars. Actually, we should get the rifle out. Is this the one? Hangar. There's like one where they're just working on a big ship, but there's one where it's like a big mess hall. Yeah, this is the one where they're just working on the big bomber, which I don't think it's this one, but you do find a bomber for them later on, and that actually can do a bombing run during the last mission. However, that will not be happening this time. We need to heal as well. Buff out. Dixon's Jet. Whiskey. Med-X. Mentat. Psycho. We're taking everything here. We're gonna need it. This is not my main account. I'm working on something and may be in position to reach out something along with the lines of sponsor. Yeah, we'll see. My emails and the sort of email I use for this account is in my bio, so feel free. Here we go. This is where there's a lot of people here. And they all have, what's that? Grenade launchers and stuff. We just need to start shooting. Oh, that was good. Absolutely no chance. Oh, arm's already broken. Oh Christ, this is not looking good already. Let's go in again. I don't like how that started. Should I use a grenade launcher? I think the pistol is probably the best because it allows me to use like more bullets during bats. Plus if I get a critical hit, they stand no chance. See, look how many more shots I'm able to get off here. Oh, it's just devastation. Get back in here. Oh, he's got a fucking grenade. Better drop that.
Got a man down here.
Beep, 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 beep.
Man down.
The chef. He's got no chance.
We got a man down here. You're not getting away.
Who even sponsors Sam Hyde? He gets lots of sponsors. Like, I love the way he does Sam Hyde. The way he does his sponsors are just so good. Like, in the Sam Hyde show, the way he would do like an ad, and the ad itself is like the funniest bit of the whole show, which makes it so much more memorable.
You're not getting away.
What the fuck? You told me to stop. Now you want to fight me again? Like I loved his. I might go find it actually. It was the. That was such a good one. It was the. Which one was it? Which one did he do the, it was the red light one. It was advertising red light. Yes.
Red Life?
Red Life works.
This is?
This is just so good.
Motorcycle. I don't know. We're gonna find out. Buy the next product that comes up.
I want to tell you about a new product that I'm obsessed with. Red Life. Red Life LED panels. Now, what I like about this red light product is nanometers, 620 nanometers. Nanometers. The Red Light Premium Kit. This unit, this is as good as it gets. The Red Life unit, very high quality stuff right here. Not like the competitors, which quite frankly is a load of crap.
He's got quite a good back kick. He needs to like keep his arms tighter to himself, but that's a good back kick.
Red Life light panels really knock out the competition. Red Life panels knock out the competition. Red Life panels knock out the competition. Knock out the competition. Red Life panels. Red Life. Red Life panels. Ow!
Works.
What works?
Red Life.
Red Life?
Red Life works.
This is? Cool hat. Hey, faggot! What? Hey, look at this faggot in the red light hat. What? What'd you say to me? Oh my god.
That's just so good. That's just brilliant. The I don't even know what red light even does.
Back to base.
Oh, forgot about the music. You can use red light or get the sun. I mean, I understand you can take vitamin D to kind of supplement the sort of vitamins you would get from the sun. But I don't really understand what red light actually does. There we are. Only then was I vilified with the boomers. Only after I killed 10 of them. When a truck points at the energy weapon since we got the alien blaster. $30 more life points, that could be pretty good. Mysterious Stranger, that's always quite a fun one to have. Yeah, let's do that. Love your vids on Britain. Quit gaming like 3 years ago. It feels more like a waste of time. There's elements that is true of that. I mean, it's a waste of time to an extent. I mean, you could waste a lot of time playing games, and we all have, right? But in terms of like, if you're living a day-to-day, normal job, you need some form of escapism. And they've already destroyed films, already destroyed TV shows. you can't even go for a nice walk, because you walk outside, it's just brutalist bullshit out there. So the last thing we have left for escapism is video games. It really is all we have left. It's all about kind of a moderation of it, I guess, but you know, I feel like the games are very artistic, and I've been meaning to make another sort of gaming video. I think I might just kind of rehash and redevelop and make a better gaming video about political subversion in gaming, because the way I view politics in games is gaming's still, it's not new, but compared to films and things like that, it's newer. So you to see it through the lens of it used to be quite anti-culture, quite nerdy, just for, you know, autistic white guys. But then very quickly, since Gamergate, you know, it's become a vessel for propaganda. We've seen that in real time. And I think that's quite an interesting thing to look into more specifically. Nice. So I might try and make a video about that, because I do like the sort of gaming stuff. I've not done one for a while. They didn't really do it all that well. But if I do it in the same kind of style that what I'm doing now, then that could be quite interesting. I was trying to find old... Yeah, I was trying to look back, not necessarily just a specific game, the industry as a whole, because I was looking back on older, like, what I was looking at was some old video game documentaries. Like one of them was this one. Because what I was wanting to try and do is find a video like this,
You have to.
where you're watching these guys put their passion, their heart into making a game back in the late 90s. You know, just look at the people making this game. It's
Entirely automatic. Formations in our game, you select your units, you tell them to go do something, they automatically go into the formation they're supposed to be in. It's much easier for people to understand, and it serves the purpose of the formation.
exactly. He's not worried about how many more black women can be fit into this game. They're just making the game because it's a labor of love. Yes, there's the monetary aspect. Yes, that, you know, they are beholden to a publisher to an extent, but the culture was so different back then in terms of gaming. So what I want to try find is there any documentaries on more modern games, and then I can maybe compare them to documentaries of these older games to kind of like understand how the culture has shifted. Because I seen like an old, like a let's see, Halo 3 developer picture. God, Brave is so bullshit sometimes, isn't it? Just give me the Google link, thank you. That's who made Halo 3. This doesn't exist anymore. That's kind of the sad reality. I mean, all guys, there's a couple of girls. There's always, I think there's always like a couple of women in these dev teams. Like in Oblivion, there was one woman who'd like specialized making the horses and all that sort of stuff. You know, that's absolutely fine. But the vast majority is autistic, nerdy white guys. But then when you look at, for example, again, skim past Brave, hit on Google, because it knows what I want. Yeah, it's just a bit more of a... Where's a good picture? I suppose it's mostly guys there as well. But I just want to see how the games are made now. With it, I've not seen any modern documentaries on a making of a game, but I do find them quite interesting. So it'd be good to see if I could find one that's old, find one that's new, make a comparison, see where we can kind of make certain, notice certain differences on how game development has changed, because a lot of modern games these days are just very unappealing. They don't look very good. Do Obsidian now, and then Dev Picture. Oh, that's going to make me sad. I don't even need to do that. If you just look at like the... If you just consider... You're like, oh, it'd be good if Age of Empires was like... If a new Age of Empires came out, I loved Age of Empires 2, it was amazing. These guys, Dave Pottinger, Stephen Rippey, sound guy.
Mood setter.
These people don't work there anymore. I've not even checked, but I just know that for a fact. The people who made the games you love, they... Probably a lot of them are dead, in a sad way of putting it. So I don't think there's anything that's actually upcoming game-wise I'm actually thinking that's going to be good. I'm looking forward to that. Actually, the new Resident Evil looks quite interesting. I think the new Resident Evil could be quite cool. I love this documentary, this
My
one.
brother would always do that, but change Zod to Todd.
The
It's just
Oblivion
over
one.
the years, one of those things, you know. For 20-some years, just keeps going, and now I'm gonna meet him, and if I can get him to record it, send it to my brother, that'd be great.
As for the rest, the weak shall be winnowed, the timid shall be cast down, the mighty shall tremble at my feet.
And he's immediately going to go combat with me. The guy behind him's a guard. So he committed a crime by attacking me. So the guard will attack him. These other guys are just trying to stay away. So eventually he figures out the guard is a much dangerous target than I
Yeah,
am.
because even then they have these like little testing areas where they can just, you know, they have all these mechanics in the game. So how can they interact with them all? How can they put them together to make an experience for somebody rather than just this sort of like streamlined tram that you're playing on where you can't, you know, step out the boundaries of. Where I think most of these modern games, they just don't seem... Again, there's nothing new about them. It's just nothing that stands out. I mean, my Steam library is pretty mid, to be fair. There's nothing really new. I mean, I bought that new Tomb Raider. Well, it's new. It's like £3. I kind of like them, but they're just not all that... They're just not that great. Well, they're good games. There's nothing really wrong with them, but they just don't really quite grip me in a way that like the original ones did. I've probably just been overly nostalgic, you know. Now let's get back to the business at hand. Okay, and Fallout New Vegas has not crashed on us, which is pretty impressive. I think because we have the Alien Blaster, we can maybe blast our way through the Brotherhood of Steel bunker. Actually, let us... Enemies are nearby. Maybe I should try go to the gun runners. Try stock up on as much guns and stuff as possible. Because the Brotherhood of Steel are going to be the most dangerous to deal with. Okay, we can go now. I think the gun runners are around about here, if I'm right. Am I going to stream Half-Life 2? Maybe. Half-Life 2, I played it only once to completion. Episode 1 and 2 once, and it was maybe like last year. I actually made like a small video about it, so I wouldn't mind playing it again. Because it is great. Where's the gun runners? The gun runners are around about here, right? Or are they more this way? Maybe not. Fuck it, let's just... Caps, yeah, fuck it, let's just get in there. Let's... Veronica's not going to like it when we do this, actually, so let's not bring her. You donate a fair chunk of change to see you try a game of your choice. What game would that be? That would be the deciding factor. What are we doing? We need to drop some of this armor. We gotta drink a big whiskey. Gotta whip out the alien blaster. And then, oh for fuck's sake, it's dark. Remember last time we played this I couldn't find the entrance because of the storm. But it's not letting me wait because there's baddies. World in Conflict. What sort of game is that? Sounds like a sort of a map game. Why is this taking so long? Oh, because I was in slow motion as well. The actual waiting was in slow motion, which is a nice touch. Where? Where? Where oh where do we find our way in? Real-time strategy. I might check that out. Because I thought about playing like a Total War game. They're usually quite fun. Nice, easy game to play on stream. Well, at least easy because I understand Total War. Oh, the doggo's making a cameo. Okay, quick save, because this is where we begin our mayhem. I'll quickly check that game out, actually. What's it called? World in Conflict. I'm curious.
Where do you want us?
Oh, it's kind of like Company of Heroes, that sort of thing.
APC driving. That is coming here.
Yeah, I like Company of Heroes back in the day. Not played anything like this in a very, very long time. But I suppose it could be fun to play something I've never... Because again, everything I've played so far is stuff I've played before. Just to make the easing into streaming a bit easier. But to play something I've never played before definitely sounds quite appealing. So if you want to watch me... Who'll be fighting in this game?
We just got access to some fire support assets. Call on them when needed.
Who are we fighting? We find the Chinese, the Russians. Okay, we're back. Right, let's start. Let me ping this to... Where's my... Okay. Oh, I fucking missed. I got him. Right, they take like 3 hits with a critical strike. What if I take the Gauss rifle's broken? Let's see. I'm actually very underprepared for this. Those turrets did not take any damage with that. Holy fuck.
This grows tiresome.
It's only a matter of time.
Oh man. We need the key card, that's all we need. I think he has one. Or I think we already have one potentially. I don't remember picking it up though. Hedge Scribe's key cards, we have one of the key cards. I think my plan is just to get the key cards and then we just plug in the thing to destroy the base. Take a stealth boy and then just try and get out there ASAP. But I don't know who else has a key card. We got the scribe one. We need to find the lead paladin one. So it's not Ramos. It must be who's the other paladin guy? Balding guy. Is it Harden or something like that? I'm gonna need to find him. But this place is a fucking maze to figure out. We're fighting the Soviets in that game. That's cool. Nope, wrong way. Yeah, forgive me if we get lost repeatedly. Because I never really know where we're going here. Bathrooms, okay. Aha, must be this door. Okay, so he's got a card on him as well. Which is fine. No, he doesn't. This guy must have one, right? Yeah, he's got one. So I need to just quickly... Oops. I think if I just take a stealth boy, then I should more easily be able to steal it. Did I get away with that? Oh yes, we got it, okay. We just need the other key card. Which, who has that other key card? Because I thought it was this chud. Thought that chud had it. Must be... Must be in here then. This guy's a scribe. I already have his one. I've got it. I've got the password. Yes, blow up the base. Fuck yous all. I'm getting out of here. Fuck you. Run. Just keep running. Oh. Boom. Fuck you, Ramos. Oh, there we go. Just killed like 50 people just like that. Nice. What's next? Return to Yes Man. Boomers can be ignored. Brother to Steel. I need to make contact with the cans. I need to deal with the other casinos. Let's go deal with the casinos the only way we know how.
Thank you for visiting New Vegas. Hey, no one but I'm gonna make no.
Sorry, but you are first. Who's the Omerta leader guy? Is it like Sal? Big Sal or something like that? So if we kill Big Sal, we can say we've dealt with the Omertas. I hit the pillar, that's annoying. Shit. That gun's annoying. Shit. Oh, I'm fucking dead actually. Get lucky. No. Oh, what the fuck happened there? That was a shame.
Hey, no one but Omertas are allowed. You sure you wanted to go to?
Right. Oh, that's good. Hunting rifle is definitely the most satisfying gun. Although it takes a lot of action points to use. Come on, you fucker. I'm just being an idiot here.
Hey, no one.
Let's just super stun pack right away. Bottle of whiskey. Dixon's jet. Yeah, I think we should just blast them with the alien blaster.
I'm gonna make mincemeat out of you.
God, the receptionist got away that time. That was embarrassing. Lever action shotgun, maybe. You're not going anywhere, son.
I'm gonna clip your sorry ass.
Well, the Omertas, the actual casinos didn't have that much to do. Yeah, because you can kind of like help this casino, like plant a bomb or something like that, but then they don't really lead on from that. I do quite like the kind of inner workings of it. I do like the quest in the White Glove Society. The one that will glitch out for like 90% of the people. When you're trying to like save that guy's son who's about to be eaten by them. That's a good quest. Notoriously broken though, but it's a good quest.
That's some shit right there.
$10mm submachine gun, that's pretty cool. Got a lot of ammo as well for that, it's good. Oh my days. What are they shooting me with? It's like so devastating. Let's just stick to that lever action shotgun. That was working quite nicely, wasn't it? Nice. Here we go. No to your degeneracy. There we go. Big Sal, there he is. Oh, that's a good. That was a good frame there. That's really good. Oh fuck! Ah no. That's annoying.
Hey, no one but Omertas are allowed to carry guns into Gomorrah.
Hold on a sec. Bear with me. Jumped over quickly. There we are. Has anyone noticed climate change activism is almost gone? You don't see much of it. I think it's just part of the system. It's already kind of integrated itself into every kind of facet of businesses and the government. So it's kind of the same as like, oh, you don't hear much about a diversity and inclusion. Well, you do, but that the same kind of argument where it's just everywhere now, where it doesn't really need to be, you know, quote unquote promoted because it just is everywhere. And, yeah, I got upset when I died in New Vegas there, so I thought I'm going to play this for a little bit, then call it a day. Here we are. This is the better world. Anyone play Warcraft? If you do, feel free to send me money. In-game gold. Plus what's good about this actually is you can actually easily do... Like I was thinking about maybe doing this for like a potential video. Like again, it's more talking about kind of like the African American question, but it's still kind of interesting as like another topic.
Babies,
I've not watched this
especially
yet,
not so many among the poor.
but I think it's about eugenics.
And certainly not babies born to mental defectives. They point out that we already have 6.5 million retarded, that almost 8 million children have to get financial support from the government, and that we cannot afford more. At least that is the view of some who have studied sterilization for a long time. One such...
Yeah, that's the sort of thing I mean back in the conversation, sterilization.
is Dr. H. Curtis Wood of Philadelphia. He has been an obstetrician and gynecologist for 40 years.
I can see the day coming where if things continue to deteriorate, such as the energy crisis and pollution, all these other things, where the American people themselves will decide they've got to limit their growth rates, and they will perhaps insist on the government passing a law which says no one, rich, poor, black, white, intelligent, retarded, whatever, no one.
Like I use the word retarded. It looks like an interesting kind of documentary. I think they kind of talk about this woman who's been like sterilized. But apparently she didn't actually consent to it, but I think she is actually retarded. She has like 10 kids or something.
Or man to be sterilized against her or his will.
Well, doesn't that position deny the fact that there are some people who are just incapable of taking care of themselves and their children?
It understands that in order to be able to allow a sterilization to be performed on any person, that person has to be able to give competent, voluntary, and knowledgeable consent to the sterilization.
That's an interesting point already. This could be quite a fun video to make. That guy's making that point there about sterilization. Is it not true that some people are just not competent enough to look after themselves, therefore subsequently their children? And she's just made the case that, well, in order to be sterilized you have to have consent, and to have consent you need to be of a certain like IQ and brain ability to make that decision. So it's kind of like going in circles, isn't it? You know, he's saying they should be sterilized because they're retarded, and she's saying, well, they can't consent to be sterilized because they are retarded. That makes sense.
But what if that person is not competent?
Then our position is that the possibility of abuse is so great that it is worth it not to sterilize the person, worth it to society, worth it to the person.
Well, that could be a bit spicy for YouTube, but I've just been kind of skimming through handfuls of documentaries that could lend themselves to be, what do you call it, quite interesting topics to review.
Even if a person is mentally defective,
Absolutely.
And you acknowledge that he or she is.
The standards for mental defectiveness are so different in each state and are absolutely unable to be put into one category. There is no one standard, that it's really impossible for us to conclude that any individual is mentally defective. There's no agreement on that subject at all.
Dr. H. Curtis Wood again.
That's a bit of a word salad. It's just like, you can't prove the mentally defective, therefore nobody's mentally defective, therefore you can't sterilize them.
And some social engineer, doctor...
Because I've been trying to find a documentary on, Indians and Bangladeshis, and kind of, I might get into the whole kind of grooming scandal, because I think if you talk about Pakistani immigration into the UK, which could be a fun topic to do in the kind of video style that I do, then it'd be hard to not get into the grooming gang stuff. That would be quite a big video, and honestly, it's quite a difficult video in respect to, see, when you see the sort of the case reports of what the girls were subjected to, I really can't look at that for very long. So it'd be difficult for me to kind of like pull it together. 'Cause everyone kind of knows what's been going on, but I suppose in the sort of style of video I do, it could be quite interesting. I don't need to go into detail. But then again, that kind of like almost removes the barbarity of it, which people need to hear. Because if they don't, then it's kind of like, it skims over it. I mean, you hear grooming gang, you don't really have that image of what horrendousness that they were subjected to. Yeah, it is nightmarish.
Who knows, comes along.
Found this one. I've not watched this one again. I was literally skimming these like 5 minutes at a time.
And when I went down there, sure, they gave me the coats and boots. Sure, after you get down on your hands and knees and you beg. That's the only way you're going to get anything from the welfare. And to this day, I have never gotten anything from the welfare for myself.
Breakfast in the home of Carol King, a Cleveland welfare mother with 9 children.
Fucking 9. 9.
On the days before the welfare check arrives, there is half an orange for each child.
Actually, now let's not watch it, because again, if I make a video, I don't want to do any kind of spoiling of what I may or may not do. But that's kind of that. Anyone got any video suggestions? Because what I can do, I can easily play this and have the video kind of like up here, kind of, so I can easily do both. If anyone's got anything that's worth, that they want to send for any particular reason, and if it's good, then we'll play it. Dwarf Paladin, I know. I'm just a human. I'm a self-insert. We're playing the male human paladin, which has kind of been my go-to class and race combo for forever, really. But this has been a... I don't know if everyone's ever played Warcraft back in the day, but something about this is just so cozy. What do you think of Professor Zhang's lectures. Not sure who he is. The Fellowship of the Ring had excellent cardio. Now that you mentioned Fellowship of the Ring, I took my missus to go see. They were re-showing The Lord of the Rings in the cinemas, and we went out because I think we watch them at least once a year. I mean, she's like a huge fan of it, and I mean, I do like them as well, big time. So we went to go see it, and it was okay. It was the extended edition, but just kind of cinema experience was like, first of all, you get fucked over trying to buy like a couple of things in the cinema. Yes, I knew it'd be pricey, but I didn't realize it would like fuck you over that much. You know, that was my bad. And then we had what was it? There was some dickhead behind us that kept laughing at something. That was annoying. Some dumb bitch in front of us spilt a popcorn everywhere and made a big scene out of it. And then when we were like getting the bus home, like we were just walking through the town. It was like 10 at night, and there was some like, this was actually such a depressing sight, because there's like an asylum hotel outside this bus stop, so you just see a lot of, it's like Mogadishu when you hang around there, so we were just waiting there for the bus. And there was like this like little, I think she must have been like 18, 19-year-old girl, and she was like with her friend, but her friend was just like being like a bitch, kind of like trying to pawn her off. She kept saying like, I can't get home. So imagine that, you're just like 18-year-old girl, drunk as fuck, properly paralytically drunk, outside an asylum seeker hotel, and she's like crying at the top of her lungs, I can't get home. I thought, this is bleak. It has like ruined my evening. My evening was already semi-ruined because the cinema experience wasn't amazing. And then he left, and it just made me and my missus realise this is why we don't go out very often. We like to go out for a nice meal during the day. We never go out at night time. And we just thought we tried to have a nice time in Scotland. This is what we're subjugated to. So, tell you what, I can't wait till we go away on our nice little adventure. Razor Fist video on Abraham Lincoln. Who's Razor Fist again? That rings a bell. Razor Fist video, Abraham Lincoln. Is that how Abe Lincoln was actually based? Or how he wasn't based? What the fuck am I doing? This one? It's not Rageaholic, is it? Is it the same guy? I've seen this guy, he's been around for years, hasn't he? Oops, I didn't mean to bump that. Right, here we go. Who's in our group here? We've got Capri Flock, No Morlock, Zanu Kone, Draenei Shaman, Shogun, the Warrior, and Crazy Dude, Rogue. So Mino's like the Rageaholic guy. Let's see what he says.
Eagerly and often from fawning to disquiet. You all know the top
Let me know the
hat and
volume if it's
caricature
alright.
of Honest Abe. Hell, in preparation for this video, I consumed no small number of primary sources suffused with praise that lapsed eagerly and often from fawning to disquietingly worshipful. Worshipful, you say? Of a man whose monument depicts him on a literal throne? Surely you jest. Which in and of itself, in a nation that created the office of president for the explicit purpose of forestalling such breathless pronouncements of kingly virtue in our leaders, should be alarming all on its own. But this video isn't meant to be merely corrective in
Yeah, I'm
nature.
not a dwarf, I'm
As
a
I intend
male
to
human.
Make clear fucking repeatedly, this is not open to interpretation. This ain't an agreed to
The fucking
disagree
Chad
situation,
self-insert.
sunshine. Abraham Lincoln was America's first dictator, a lifelong and avowed advocate of centralized, authoritarian, top-down government, overseeing a nation whose government was repeatedly and explicitly described.
Is it not true that Lincoln really wanted to get rid of the Africans? His plan was to essentially kick them out, get them away, but then he got assassinated and it never came to fruition. Is that right?
Described by its founders as being derived not from a federal government, but its member states, who in turn are enthralled to their citizenry. And if Andrew Jackson, himself something of an authoritarian, was the first of the non-founding father presidents, Lincoln represents a philosophical dividing line between the limited and enumerated federal powers of the original plural United States and the globalist goddamn empire we're suffering the adverse effects of at present. And that, I believe, more than anything, is the explanation for why Lincoln is the sacred cow to end all sacred cows. It's not about who he was.
Yeah, how long has this guy been making videos for? Because I've been aware of him, but never actually ever listened to him. What's the consensus on him? Vampire Masquerade the Bloodlines, he got a video on that, that's pretty cool. Oldest. He's been making YouTube videos for a long time. So he kind of did gaming stuff, and then he's kind of branched out into politics. So was he twisted and fucked up from Gamergate as well? And that's what sped his political journey? Isn't he a bit of a lib? I don't actually know what he's really about, so you can let me know what the consensus is in the chat of what he's really, what his deal is. Right, let's
such as disproportionate taxation, underrepresentation, and astronomically high tariffs, but I share those very same sympathies with the New England secessionists of 20 years previously. In short, if you're considering writing the words lost causer in the comments section, consider more constructive activities like cartwheeling through traffic. But if the Civil War wasn't primarily about slavery, what about old Abe being the great emancipator? Here we get spicy.
Greenland for the Greenlanders. Yeah, but English not for the English. England not for the English.
Wildest propagandist fiction.
Yeah, it's just something people
by
don't understand.
Historians. One-upping with ease all the most brazen Bolshevik reframes of the Cold War combined. To hear history teachers tell it, Lincoln, the lifelong atheist, laid hand to the Bible, unilaterally declared black men free, and so the shackles of untold thousands suddenly shattered in unison. The problem with this assertion is that the Emancipation Proclamation
Him wearing glasses is quite a good strategy, because if you have like a script, people can't see
and the reason why is
your eyes reading the script.
Lincoln and his entire cabinet. It only applied to the South, rebel territory, which Lincoln did not at that point control. In fact, at the time of the Emancipation Proclamation's issuance, the Union didn't control a whole hell of a lot. The war was going poorly. Despite outnumbering their Confederate adversaries in most major engagements, the Civil War to that point could best be categorized as
Yeah, he's got kind of a good flow to the way he speaks. Because I feel like when I make videos, you need to kind of play to your strengths, and I've always not really liked the sound of my voice, but people say that they do like the sound of it, so you need to kind of play into that. And I think a big part of it is when I first made the Murdoch videos, a big chunk of the audience came from the United States, and I think it's just a pure novelty of a non-American accent people just seem to like. So, you know, just play into it.
is bracketed by a ceaseless deluge of double-dong defeat. And given Lincoln's legendary penchant for micromanaging the military, the failure was disproportionately his. And the foreign press were beginning to speculate that if he suffered another Fredericksburg scale...
Where the fuck's the Rogue? The Rogue's getting like his ass beat outside. That's not how people talk in real life. Yeah, it's like the YouTube voice. It's like, hey guy, rapid fire. I try to slow down the way I talk in these videos. Mostly because I always catch myself speaking quite fast. And in order for people to understand, you know, I can't go super harsh Scottish accent. Because that just becomes, you know, incomprehensible for most people.
The Confederates may well have the opportunity to demand concessions or outright surrender.
Respect the 1v1. The Rogue's just getting his ass beat by some randomer outside.
Did not. Context. Issuing a proclamation freeing slaves in the growing number of territories Lincoln did not control is like the Pope declaring abortion cannot be banned by, say, the Mormon Church. Like, sure, that's Nate Francis, but we ain't exactly on the same Christmas card list here about something that actually affects the fucking most of us. More tellingly, the proclamation specifically stipulated that northern states which already held slaves got to keep them. And at least one state, West Virginia, was readmitted into the Union.
Yeah, I'm Scottish, yeah. People sometimes say I think Irish. I think I've got an Irish twang to my accent, but no, definitely. Plain and simple, just a Scottish chud.
Red-pilled on Lincoln may not be aware that not only was the North exempted, but what few Confederate territories Lincoln was still barely hanging on to at the time were exempted, as in by name.
That's enough of him for now. Will they let me build aggro? I mean, we're high enough level. We don't really need to worry about stuff. Let's be a lazy tank. Let's let him do whatever. Since the pre-patch came out, you know, you can kind of just wing it. Don't need to worry about much. Oh fuck. Oh, I just thought I had no water, but we do, thank god. I realised I had no mage in the group. But yeah, I'm not really paying much attention to this, so if you see some poor tanking here, it's not my fault. Just blame the healer. Razorfist. So is Razorfist also known as Rageaholic? Is that the same guy? His channel's Rageaholic, but he goes by Razorfist, is that right? Do I know any Scottish commentators? Not really. There's like a few Scottish people in the scene. I mean, we're all familiar with Millennial Woes, but he's kind of like OG, and he doesn't really do any kind of like... He does like a Substack, I think. I think that's how he makes his living. But he was around prior to, you know, the big censorship waves and stuff, so his channel got deleted. He kind of got done in by it all. So he's probably not really had the urge to try get back into YouTube and stuff because he's been through it before where he's lost everything on it. So... And then there's that guy, No Chance, who's not really a commentator, he's just kind of like affiliated with kind of the kind of right-wing groups. He kind of goes on streams with like a Mark Collette and that sort of stuff. He seems like quite a cool guy. He's faceless though, so I'm not really sure what he looks like. Count Dankula. I can't believe I forgot him. He is the Scottish commentator. He is the man. It'd be cool to try do a collab with him one day. Because this channel is huge. And because there are so few Scottish people involved in this sort of stuff, he might be inclined to do it. I'm not sure. I mean, he's big enough where he's doesn't need to care about small channels like this, but you know, you never know. I'll reach out to him. I'll be like, listen, I'm a chud like you. Even though you're kind of a libertarian chud, I know you're really a chud deep down. Let's do some sort of collab. Because we could meet in person, that'd be good fun. Go to the gym together. I'll be like Scottish chud gym sesh. That'd be my plan with Count Dankula if you ever wanted to do like a stream, like a video together, not a stream. That'd be fun. Dankula's got a thicker accent. Yeah, I mean, if you heard me with some of my friends, it's kind of like, what's that thing they call when politicians talk in a specific way when they're speaking to certain demographics? Is it like not a vibe shift, it's like tone shift? There's some sort of like shift they play when they're speaking to certain demographics. But it's the same thing you do with your friends. You kind of like fall into saying the same old slang and, you know, inside jokes that if you're an outsider listening in, you just wouldn't understand it. The Hot Fuzz gag. Actually, remind me of something. There's a video that I've seen in a... let me go and follow here very quickly. Yeah, it was like...
We got people using drugs, sleeping in the stairwell, right next to that.
Yeah, right next to that.
It's a wild.
30 years ago, Scotland was known for drugs. So much so that Trainspotting, a movie about heroin-addicted friends, became one of the country's national films.
Choose life. Choose a job.
Today, Scotland has transformed its image to one of tour...
At least I don't speak Glaswegian. I mean, I could speak Glaswegian if you wanted to. If you wanted to try decipher what I was saying. If I was to say to you, oh, I didn't ken what you're saying, like, eh? What do you think I just said there? I didn't ken what you're saying, like, eh? To most people that's just fucking gibberish, but technically that is English.
Tourism, mountains, and castles. Yet under the surface, much hasn't changed. For 7 years in a row, Scotland has had the highest overdose rate in all of Europe. We wanted to understand why, so we set off on a journey through Scotland's drug-ravaged cities and towns. On the way, we uncovered a mix of government policy,
claiming that's just outside the main train station in Glasgow. Literally just outside it.
Asylum seekers,
We can't even get basic necessities to live.
The centre then provides clean equipment.
economic decline, and culture.
How big is drug culture here?
Half the club's going to be on cocaine, probably.
Everybody who was heroin addicts are now cocaine addicts.
I've never seen so many syringes in one place.
I don't care about what you're saying. Close. Then he can.
So come with us to
means
Glasgow and
no.
up the River Clyde.
Then he can.
where we
I
investigate
don't know.
the drug capital of
So it's
Europe
pretty
and
close.
encounter one wild character and shocking scene after another.
What's your cooking pots here?
Yeah. We started in Glasgow with Maddie, a Roker reader and nightclub manager, who introduced us to a unique aspect of the local drug culture, the Ned.
So in England they call it chav, but we call it Ned. They're easily distinctible, usually from their tracksuit. They're your kind of standard,
What the
like,
fuck is this
lower
guy? This
class
guy's like
drug addict kind of,
1974
like,
here.
Stereotype. If you're walking down the street and you see them, your natural instinct
That
is
is a
to
familiar
try and
sight in
avoid them.
Glasgow. See, like
Because they're
that sort of
usually
phenotype, sort of like
stereotype.
at least our kind of drug addicts in Scotland, like in America, when you see people like hopped off on meth and like tweaking, like really unpredictable, like really kind of like cross the street. At least people in Scotland, most part, unless they've been drinking heavily, they're just like full of Valium and stuff. So they kind of just like shuffle around, and they're not particularly threatening. I know this scene kind of gives the opposite effect, but generally speaking, they're too hopped up in street valleys to really throw a punch.
If you're walking down the street and you see them, your natural instinct is to kind of try and avoid them. Because they're usually, they like fighting, like they find it fun.
Maddie took us to his neighborhood on the east end of Glasgow to understand more about this.
Would you say that this is kind of the standard of what you would find on the outskirts of Glasgow?
In the east end of Glasgow, yeah. This is a very east end looking neighbourhood, but it's a nice looking place. It's like the architecture's nice. It's just very run down. There's not enough money in it. You see the potholes on the ground, like nothing's really looked after. It's quite a dirty looking place. The council don't really come and clean up as much as they should.
Like this community, it feels pretty gritty. And like if you had dropped this off here based on like the atmosphere, I'd probably more likely think I was almost like in Eastern Europe.
So you said the light doesn't work, the walls are kind of like... Yeah, and it's like these are decent working class people that probably live here, you know, and it's not their fault that like, maybe if it's the council, the runner, or the company that's meant to keep it clean for them isn't doing their job, isn't keeping it, you know, up to standards.
That's another point you said there. The council's not keeping it clean. I mean, yes, you should, you know, if you pay a server's charge to keep your kind of like close of like a building clean, but a lot of it is you just need people who look after it themselves. Like my close, in my building, it's kept in a good way. Until there was someone who like kept leaving their bin outside their door because the bin would stink and it was leaking. It would just turn the whole place into a shit show. So I literally just told him off. I said, you need to stop fucking doing that. And he did. And the close is much nicer. Simple as that. But everyone, if you live in a building and there's like 3 people who like mistreat how the bins are handled, like the bins are just kept in a bad way, it just ruins it for everyone else. And then rather than blaming, you know, the people who are responsible, it's just like, oh, the council's not doing it for us, the council's not fucking cleaning up after our mess. It's like, you'd have like a level of self-respect for your own environment, which is a very Western thing to have. You know, your little kind of picket fence, your little kind of nice, neat garden. You know, gardening is a very Western thing. When you look at kind of, I mean, it's inherently Western, but there's, you know, it's like it's an inherent aspect of like higher culture. It's to show off. Okay. I go northeast, I guess. That's why I see these places that just live in utter squalor. Like there's one of those like old documentaries I found. It was literally about a building that was just inhabited by just the worst type of people. And it's just littered with trash. There's trash absolutely everywhere. Western Australian. Yeah, my missus has some family out in Western Australia, Perth. Is that Western Australia? Yeah. So we might go to Perth. We were planning to go during our travels this year, but it's not really worked out because trying to organise the family together is like, I really, well, it's not my business, so I just leave them to it. But nothing's really been figured out, so we might swing by Australia. We're in that part of the world, but you never know. Utter squalor inhabited by the worst people in Sunken Temple. Sunken Temple looked a lot nicer than this building of this video that I saw. Thoughts on gynocentrism? You're going to have to explain that one to me. Or I have to ask Grok because I'm not sure what that is. Just waiting for this guy to tell me when to go. I like when someone else takes charge of the statue thing. What are you doing? You want to go outside soon? I don't know if I'll be able to finish this dungeon because the dog wants out. Usually it's the time I'll maybe take her out. Because I took her a bit earlier than usual today. Which means I need to abandon the group. But it is what it is. The doggy comes first. Oops, sorry dog. Tell us all to go. Oops, I was not to go there. You morning? Aye. No, where am I? I'm in northeast. Oops. Come say hello. Come say hello. Come on. Yes. Doggo. Doggo in the stream. There's a dog in the stream. Yes. You've been sleeping all day, haven't you? What are you saying? Gynocentrism is when society focuses and centers on benefiting women at the cost of men, which we see in West and East and Spanish-speaking countries. So it's kind of like a matriarchy as well in a way. Doesn't sound like my sort of fan. Doesn't sound like my sort of thing. What breed? It's like a Labradoodle, I think. I kind of got it for free. Not as a rescue. Oh shit, I'm sorry, I was AFK. AFK. Jump down. Right, let's do this thing. Oh, that's way off now. But I'm just not paying any attention to this. This is actually a very easy dungeon to do, but I'm just kind of like half paying attention here. But I suppose the tanking doesn't need to be perfect, does it?
It only took a few minutes before we encountered the Neds.
And I like the place, I like the people, but it's very, like, you get a lot of problems here if you don't keep your head down. Can I ask you one question? One question, which is...
That's all you're getting, mate. That's a question.
Is Glasgow getting better or is it getting worse?
How cheeky is this? How cheeky is
I mean, this is the bottom of the barrel stuff. We need to, like... This is why we're also kind of like anti-immigration, because when people say, oh, you got people like this, they're just like low-level scum, you know. This is our problem. These are the sort of people we need to kind of like drag by the heels to glory, whether they like it or not. Otherwise they'll just fester on their own filth.
Conversation. Who would have known? It's a dad and his two sons, and they basically said that it's a gang here, it's your family, right? So if you cross one of them, you cross them all. Kind of in a nice way, he brings me close, he looks at me, he said, that chap you're with, he's not telling you the full story. He said, it's a dangerous place, watch where the fuck you're going. You have to have the police on speed dial around here.
That's bullshit. It's not even that dangerous. I mean, maybe I'm just... From my experience, that's something that a lot of Scottish people say. Oh, it's fucking dangerous around here, you gotta keep your head straight. I mean, it's a big city, anywhere can be dangerous, but the overhype it is like... It's not... Where would you rather walk down? Like the south side of Scotland or the south side of Chicago? I mean, it's no question.
The story of Glasgow and Scotland's drug issue is evident downtown. Like the American Rust Belt, this was once one of the world's great industrial cities and areas. Today, it's a shell of itself.
Like you said earlier...
That's true as well. I mean, we used to be known around the world. We built ships That's what we did. We built ships. And with the ships we had, we conquered the world, literally. But now there's a huge case. You probably don't know, we're probably not that detailed in Scottish politics, but there was like a case in... So we're going on for about 10 years where they're trying to build 2 ferries. Where the journey is like an hour, right? An hour. And it's gone over budget by about £500 million. And the ferries are still not made. It's just a sign of the decline. We can't build 2 passenger boats where the journey is 1 hour. We just can't do it. And I think we're currently renting a ferry from the Americans right now, while we fuck around being unable to build 2 ferries over 10 years that have gone 10 times over budget. It's just a mess. Right, here's a good picture as well. See here, this image here. The art school caught fire. There's a big fancy art school, that big building in the back there. It caught fire like 10 years ago, maybe more. People thought it was like an insurance job. And then a few years, maybe how long ago now? 5 years ago, caught fire again. I think if you look up the reporting of fires and buildings in Glasgow for insurance claims, it's at least 5 times more than any other city in the UK. That was told to me fairly recently, which makes sense because I've been through been past a few buildings that, you know, they're like old nightclubs that no one wants to buy, and it's like old buildings. So the best thing for it is just to burn it down. It's a lot cheaper just to burn down your own building than actually sell it.
You can still see some of the old country. It's like we've still got the skeleton of the dying empire. You can still see the outline of what once used to make this city great, but everything's been smudged out, everything's been rubbed out, and it's just the kind of the foundation. And that's kind of what this signifies to me. It's like, this is, well, we're getting rid of this for this.
To understand what happened, let's head up the River Clyde. Glasgow was once one of the world's greatest industrial cities, and this entire river was known for its shipbuilding, building all the boats that powered the British Empire. Towns like this, Greenock, were boom towns.
Greenock. It's Greenock, not Greenock. Yeah, so I'm thinking of it's just the accent difference, like the capital city of Scotland, Edinburgh. The amount of times I hear that say Edinburgh. Are you from Edinburgh? Edinburgh.
To make submarines in there. It's basically the hub of British shipbuilding.
So essentially this whole way down the river there, it was just all shipbuilding?
Shipbuilding, yes.
Shipyards or pubs.
But everybody used to leave school and go to the shipyards for an apprenticeship. But then in the 80s, 10,000 men got laid off.
Yeah, look at that. That's kind of very...
In there, it's basically the hub of British shipbuilding.
So essentially this whole way down the river there, it was just all shipbuilding?
Shipbuilding, yes.
Shipyards or pubs.
But everybody...
Competition with countries like Japan.
It's just like a bit kind of Soviet-esque
After years of subsidies,
statue.
Britain's government ran out of money and had to take an IMF bailout in 1976. In the 1980s, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, a Reagan-style conservative,
Pronounce it like an apple.
let the industry die.
Am I right in saying
Glasgow
in
and
Australia,
became some of the
government would like fund like programs to make songs to teach abos not to drink petrol? Is that real? Hi, Desperate Italian, you're on a break. Good. I've just raised a question where the Australian government, I'm curious, is it real that they, you know, make government programs to teach Aboriginals to not drink petrol? Is that real? What's my favourite gemo? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that word even is or even how to pronounce that. My music taste is, I like heavy metal, kind of like late 90s, early 2000s, new metal, like I'd like old Linkin Park. I like my prog rock, my influence from my dad, I like my Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd and all that sort of shit. Which, by the way, I went to go see Mac Floyd. It's a Scottish Pink Floyd tribute band. If you ever get a chance to see them and you like Pink Floyd, you have to go see them. They're like the most it is the ultimate Pink Floyd experience that you can get these days, and it was very, very, very good. Great lights, great visuals, great sound. It was just perfect. I have to admit though, I was like, let's just say, I ate a specific type of brownie before going in, and I must say one of the songs got a bit too intense for me. That song "One of These Days" by Pink Floyd, where the devil speaks to you, that was a bit wild. I must admit, got a bit much for me. But we handled it. Alice in Chains, Tool, yeah, that kind of stuff, that kind of like grungy sort of, yeah, that's all good. Not listened to much Tool, I do have quite a bit of Tool on my playlist, but not really, I've never really taken the time. I'm going to listen, you know, that, like a Tool playlist, but I do like some of that, like that Laturius, whatever that song is called, and is it 4621? Something like that. It's all good stuff. There was also an ad telling Aboriginals not to sleep on the road. That, yeah. That could be a good collection of videos to find, because again, I've been ripping on the Africans for a while, and I don't want the channel just to be, oh, here's another video where he's talking about Africans, you know, it's just, that's not really the vibe I'm going for. It's easy pickings because there's so many documentaries about riots, and every time you look at a riot breaking out in the Western country, you know who it's going to be. But Aboriginals, I've not taken any shots at Aboriginals yet, so that could be pretty funny, looking at all the government propaganda about that. Rush, I don't mind a bit of Rush. The drummer died fairly recently. The drummer was really good. Pantera, I do like a bit of Pantera. The lead singer guy is really good. I like him. Again, I think most of them are dead now as well. Rest in peace, Dimebag Darrell. Don't sleep on the road. That could be a funny video. I think I might look into that. Aboriginals in Australia. That could be quite interesting, because it could be stuff about, you know, Europeans' first sightings of Aboriginals and what Aboriginals were like, and maybe any documentaries about how they've integrated, quote unquote, into Australian society. I'll research that. That could be a funny video, actually. Because we can take, you know, everyone likes making fun of Abos. Easy, you know, easy pickings. We can all have a good time in that. We used to have Abos do performances at schools. What, like eating a live frog or something? Yeah, I found like a clip. I think again it was like an old I, Hypocrite video, and I found the video he was talking about. Where again, unfortunately, I was picking on Africans in the United States, where they had this like culture of eating dirt. Literally, they were like eating dirt, not dirt cookies like in Haiti, where there's like a process. You know, in Haiti, you know, that's like advanced dirt eating, because they have to collect the dirt and they like roll it into kind of dirt cakes, and then they let it dry out in the sun. No, this was straight, just walking in like a forest, looking down at the ground. This dirt looks pretty good, I agree. And then they just start to, you know, dig in, as if it's like a bowl of pasta. Culinary dirt. Yeah, I'm not a dirt connoisseur, so maybe there's something to it, but at first impressions, my, you know, uncultured white man spirit, looking at these Africans eating dirt, it's Something about it didn't quite sit right with me. Maybe I'm just racist and I don't understand, but I don't know about you guys, but eating dirt, just, you know, if I'm to take my dog for a walk now and just eat some of the dirt on the path, you know, maybe there's something to it. Maybe I just don't understand.
Poorest in Britain as unemployment and drug abuse soared. Traveling up the River Clyde, we passed one decaying town after another.
Can't afford to live anymore. By the time you pay your rent, your council tax, your electricity bills, gas bills, if you want to have TV, broadband, phones, then you've got to kind of pick what one you're paying each month.
In Greenock, is life getting easier or is it getting harder?
What happened to the tier list? Oh, is that the very start of the stream? I think it might be... Oh, we had a good time doing it. I think I might be able to get some good clips out of it. Maybe some shorts. Maybe a highlight video, potentially. I might do that after some point today. It's kind of like rewatch some of it. Maybe find bits to do like a because that could be quite good for the channel. Might get more people engaged in the stream if they see that highlight. Be like, oh, that stream looks quite good because I saw this video. They might be more inclined to tune in. So, because I'm trying to think about different angles on the channel, because YouTube is quite funny with like algorithms and stuff, and I don't really want to become an algorithm junkie, but it's hard not to. Because you want to, when you make something on YouTube, you don't just want to throw it out there and just be like, if it does well, it does well. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You kind of want it to do well. You want it to be successful. And when I decided to take the channel seriously, I thought I want the channel to be successful. So if I do some streaming, which is fun, again, I've always kind of wanted to try this out. If I make shorts, streaming, shorts, and main videos, you're kind of like covering all bases on YouTube. Then, you know, yeah, if the content's good at that stage, then it's just a matter of time for things to grow and do well. Never heard of England anymore. It's always referred to as the UK. That's kind of a strategy that I think has been used by the pro-multicultural people, because to say you're English is quite a difficult thing to say, but if you said you're British, it's a lot easier for ethnic minorities to identify as British, because British does encapsulate Scotland, England, Northern Ireland, Wales, and by proxy the Commonwealth as a whole, which includes a lot of different types of people. So when people say British, they find a way to kind of find a inner identity within that, which is why I think the flag movement was very important in England and Scotland, because the flag's been flown. They weren't the British flag, it was the English flag. I mean, you look in places in Scotland, it's the Scottish flag being flown. So while it seems quite not that, you know, big deal, the symbolic importance of it is actually quite important. Because the symbolism, I think people always kind of forget how important symbolism is in respect to how people perceive themselves, how people perceive their environment. If the symbols are off, the vibes are off. And if the vibes are off, then people are going to begin to question what it means to be British, what it means to be English. So I think the flag movement's been very, very important.
Like that? Or is that... It gets worse. It's getting worse.
In each stop along the river toward Glasgow, we saw decay and signs of what used to be here.
So this whole area here, Clune Park, became one of the great symbols of the downfall of this whole area. And just beginning a couple months ago...
Yeah, this area used to be like a shipbuilding community. So it is just like It looks like a DayZ map now. It is just nothing there. It'd be quite fun to go there actually,
Years
before they
discussing
knock
what
it
to
down
do with it.
entirely.
They began the process of
They're fun to go and just kind of mess about with the camera.
demolishing it. But at one point, thousands and thousands of people lived here, working in the shipyards, and now it's just, I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen an entire housing facility that is so, I mean, it feels like Chernobyl.
I was 24 years sober in February. I've never smoked or never drugs. I go to eat 24/7. I was at my meeting a day in the chapel. I'll cycle out and the night bar the night. I go on my bike all the time. Not like I'm 68.
DayZ mod was so much better than the standalone. I never actually played the standalone. I did play the mod back in the day. We had to buy Arma 3. It was a fucking nightmare to get going. It was a very I liked it, but I didn't like it how clunky it was to do anything. Like I meant to press like 2 buttons to open a menu, then use like mouse scroll to like turn your torch on. It just made no sense. But I do have a fond memory of me and one of my mates playing it. We got a couple of guns, which is quite tricky to do when you're brand new to. We got a couple of guns, and then I think I had to log off. I think I was still in school, so I think it was like time for my dinner. So I just like executed him on this beach, and then he was quite angry about it. It was just fun, but then we never played again afterwards. So maybe he did take it a bit too personally, you know. But trolling people in games, it never gets old. That's called soul. Yeah, like if there's any sort of like jank in a game where it's like unpolished or something that's bad, it's like that's the soul. And there's an element of truth to that, that kind of like stuff we see that's overly polished and just, it's back when it used to be just some guy. The guy that made a lot of these dungeon levels, he just did it first draft and just thought, fuck it, that'll do. It didn't need to go through like layers and layers of bureaucracy to get it approved. It was just like, he was told to make this, he made it, and they moved on.
She'll be down. Rise up, Atalai. Rise up.
Thoughts on the YouTuber producer Michael? I don't know who that is.
How long you lived in this community?
I've been doing here 68 years. I've been in that house 34 years.
Wow.
You get trouble everywhere, doesn't it? You're Fiji, Galahal, Foxburn, Shortrews, Johnson, they're all the same because I deal with drinking drugs. No, I don't fucking touch anything. All the places are the same, they're drinking drugs everywhere.
How'd you get sober?
The latest video is great. No thanks, I'm glad you liked it. I really like that one. Sometimes I make a video and I think, that's not too bad. Other ones I think is quite good. That last one I made, if I do say so myself, I thought that was really good. The only thing,
and I've never looked back since.
I think why it was good was because the last videos I've made, where it's like, you're listening to people you don't want to listen to, and people will be commenting that, and that's kind of like the rage baitiness of, you're listening to these like entitled Afro-Caribbeans that shouldn't be here, so people don't like listening to it because there's an element of, you want to skip it. But this one, you wanted to listen to everything that had to be said because it was just very interesting. I don't have as much commentary than the last videos, but part of that was intentional just because there was a lot I wanted people to see that didn't necessarily need my commentary over it, but I used my commentary to kind of pull it together in order to make it because the video was initially going to be like an hour long, but I had to cut some of the, it was just too much of just like filler kind of content of people talking. But I think I cut it enough where it was like, that's a good length for a video. It doesn't drag on enough. So I was pretty happy with that. You found the channel because of the algorithm. Thank you, YouTube algorithm. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The last video should do well. According to the algorithm, it should do well. Because it's getting more watch time than the last videos. It's got like average watch time of like 19, 20 minutes. Which is mad. I mean, it's the most I've had. The video was only released yesterday, so hopefully after this first kind of like spin, YouTube just thinks, fuck it, I'll feed this to everybody. And we'll see what happens. So praise be the YouTube algorithm. Is this the right way? No. Just watching a heap of old news video reports on Abo living conditions. Yeah, I think it'd be one of those ones. It's not likely I'm going to find like a big, easy, digestible documentary I can break down. It will be lots of different kind of news reports to pull together. But I've got time to do that. So the Abo thing, I definitely put that in the back of my mind of like that could be a funny video to make. That could be funny. Because I could have accounts from the first people arriving, you know, Europeans arriving, what was their impression of the Abos, how the Abos have kind of melded into Western society, and then we'll review, you know, their, in order to help them blend into society, we need to teach them not to lie on the road, sleep on the road, or drink petrol. Which a lot of people might think that is like, of course you shouldn't drink petrol, but you know, some people just need a reminder not to drink diesel or petrol or, you know, things you would protect children from drinking in your kitchen cabinet. Sometimes adults need reminded of that as well.
Beryl Elizabeth, she was 60, 61. I lost my oldest brother, Johnny. Johnny was 34.
From drugs?
Choked in drink. Choked in his drink.
Now, Train Spotting doesn't focus.
It does smell good. Yeah, you have to admit. I mean, why would they make petrol smell so good if I'm not supposed to drink it? Said the Abo. That would be a good, you know, a good point, right?
On the reasons for drug addiction.
And what?
But in these towns, a lot of people said it was economic.
What do people do nowadays? Has anything come into
Drugs.
Drugs.
As soon as you ship that,
Big problem.
speed and stuff like that, heroin. But now they're injecting themselves with everything and anything. You've probably got about death every week.
That's just because of a lack of unemployment and that now.
The industry has kind of died in Paisley now, and a lot of the shops have closed over the years.
Paisley, I think Count Dankula. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think he is in Paisley. Which makes me, you know, I think he wouldn't be in Paisley, because why would you be in Paisley? Paisley is, I think, the most deprived area in Scotland. It's like a big town, kind of like sticks onto Glasgow like a big tumour. I feel like he is in Paisley. And if he is, why?
So it's a bit like a ghost town at the moment. But you can tell nowadays there's not many people wandering the streets anymore.
Oh shit.
I don't have an optimistic view of the future, sadly.
The juxtaposition between the decay and the beauty of these buildings here is incredible. I mean, here it's totally abandoned, and just over there you have this.
It's night and day, depending on where you are. It's crazy. I mean, what they built years ago is gorgeous. A lot of what it is.
They made they made a petrol that's unsniffable called Opal Fuel. Yeah, it's a lot easier just to make petrol you can't get high from than to educate people not to drink it. That's quite funny. I have to take note of that as well, because that will be part of the research I'll need to do. Why do Aboriginal people in Australia, why do they just love drinking petrol so much?
That's a harmful stereotype rooted in outdated and racist myths. No community loves drinking petrol. It's a desperate act tied to extreme poverty and hopelessness in some remote indigenous areas. Petrol sniffing has been a problem in certain outback communities since the mid-20th century, mainly among youth facing boredom, trauma from colonization's legacy, unemployment, and lack of alternatives like education or jobs.
Guys, it's because they lack alternative things to do. They drink petrol. They're bored, they drink petrol. That's fair enough. I mean, you're bored right now, you decided to watch my stream. The alternative is you drink petrol. So just remember that. I've been bored a few times in my life and I've never had the desire to drink petrol. So why would the Australian government create songs, like they've funded songs in order to educate Aboriginals to not drink petrol? Why would they do that?
So back to your point, I've never wanted to drink petrol either. Look,
Fair.
The Australian government funded songs and campaigns against it because sniffing became a real crisis in isolated Indigenous communities during the 70s and 80s. Kids were inhaling it for the high, since alcohol was restricted, leading to addiction, health horrors, and even deaths. Education through music, like those anti-sniffing jingles, was a low way to reach remote areas with limited access to schools or health services. It wasn't about assuming everyone loves it. It was
Anti-sniffing jingle. That's brilliant. Why have anti-sniffing jingles only ever been produced for Aboriginals in Australia, where the conditions you've illustrated also impact many other different groups in the world?
Anyway, those jingles weren't made exclusively for Aboriginal folks. Similar campaigns popped up globally, like in the US for Native American communities, or even in parts of Africa and Asia, where inhalant abuse hits kids hard from poverty. But Australia's push was huge, because the issue exploded in those remote outback spots, with unique factors: colonial trauma, isolation, and strict booze bans pushing people to petrol for a quick buzz. Other places might use different tools, like school programs or ads, but music's culturally resonant down under. So
yeah, whatever. I remember hearing about a type of drug. I think Vice did a documentary on this called Jenkem, where these people in Africa, they would like piss and shit into like bottles, and then they would like let that ferment, and then they would like inhale the fumes to get high off the piss and shit. Does anyone remember that? Obviously not remember personally, but like, do you remember hearing about that back in the day? What is Jenkem? I heard it was a drug where Africans would pee and poo into bottles, let that ferment, then inhale it. Is that right? I was thinking hard about that one. Didn't like that one. It was like, I think I broke grok with that one. Did not like that. Good luck googling that one. I'll try Grok again. Let me just kill this boss with these guys. Have you been shadow banned from merchant posting by any chance? Shadow banned where, on YouTube or on my channel? Jenkem, yeah, that's right. Let's try that again. What's the deal with the drug called Jenkem? I heard it's made in sub-Saharan Africa, where people pee and poo into bottles, let that ferment, then inhale it. Is that a real thing?
Nah, Jenkem ain't a real widespread drug. It's mostly an internet hoax from back in the early 2000s. Some dude online named Pigwick posted fake photos and stories about fermenting poop and pee in bottles to huff the gases for a high. And it took media and cops into a moral panic in 2007, thinking kids in America were doing it. Turned out he admitted it was all made up. The Jenkem in pigs was just flour, water, beer, and actual shit for the gross factor, but no real drug use. There were older reports from the 90s and early 2000s mentioning it among street kids in Zambia as an inhalant. But even those...
She just cut off mid-sentence there. As soon as you talk about things in the 1990s in Zambia, you know, it just makes me think there's... You know, why would you just make something up back then like that? What's that sword? Hurls fiery ball. Looks kind of cool actually. But I think my mace is better. Because it's faster. Do like the look of that sword though. Let's greet it. We'll see if we get it.
Today, not so much, but you also have these new buildings here.
Sniffing gas to kill brain cells is real. Yeah, there used to be a guy I used to see, not personally, but I knew of him. He would just literally sniff like a duster, like stuff you used to clean your keyboard with, that sort of stuff. He would inhale that. Let's do 2 packs. Actually, maybe not.
Here.
Change the AI voice to a man, see if it changes. We'll see.
This kind of perfectly captures some of what's happening here, where you have this old industrial decay, abandoned buildings around here, and then you also have brand new stuff right here. You have a brand new high-rise right behind this. Over here across the river, you've got an abandoned bus stop right here. The industry is gone, and the question now is just if what replaces it can revive this part of the country or not.
Today, some of these towns in Glasgow have started to come back, although instead of industrial blue-collar work, it's universities, tech, and white-collar jobs. For these people, Maddie says, a different drug is popular.
How big is drug culture here?
Half the club's going to be on cocaine, probably. Like half the people you're talking to. Maybe not every night they go out, but they've probably tried cocaine, they probably like cocaine. It's so big that bouncers don't even bother to try and, if they think you're on coke, they're not going to care. You know, you're going to lose half your customer base, so they just kind of ignore it. And you see, I mean, you'll meet guys at McDonald's at 2:30 in the morning and he's like, "Hi, how you doing?" You go, "Yeah, I know what you're on." It's almost so accepted that I have almost kind of forgotten to distinct between someone that's drunk and someone that's on cocaine. Because to me, the two just go hand in hand in Glasgow now. I mean, most people that are drunk are also on coke.
Glasgow's such a strange culture because it's not like most kind of when you hear of a city that has a problem with drugs, you expect it to be like dangerous and grimy and people on the floor passed out on heroin. But Glasgow's one of these drug cities where it's almost there's a positive attitude towards it. Like all the drug addicts you know are like, yeah, let's go, let's have a good time. And like most people I know who are kind of have an issue with cocaine are pretty happy people, to be honest. Like
the city isn't as depressing as you might think it is. Like especially if you're a younger person. Or even an older person, if you come out here on a Friday night,
that was a
the
big
energy
pull.
in the air,
That was very, very
no
big.
city like it. I mean, I've been to about 70 countries in the
Question
world,
from an
and I've
Aussie.
never seen a city
Are you
like
left,
Glasgow
right, or in
where
between?
On a Friday.
What do you mean? Like politically? Was train spotting a psyop? Nah, I was just trying to glorify. It's just trying to make a grim. I think it was from a book actually, because I think Scotland in some of these cities back in the, you know, like late 80s, early 90s, it was quite grimy in many ways. What would be a psyop for, anyways? Just like that. It's a shithole. It sadly is in many ways. You could argue the film's glorifying it, but also kind of like shines a light on the bleakness of it. Oh, we don't have to do this, boss, do we? Can't be arsed with this.
Friday night, a few drinks in you, and you go to a nightclub, a bar. It's electric, you know, and it's the people. The bars might not even be that good.
If you watch the political ideology tier list, you'll find that I am an extreme centrist. We love centrism on the channel.
People make it good, you know, because there's a kind of there's a culture of that Friday night.
I take centrism to the ultimate extreme of where centrism can go.
Just go and have some fun. There's a who cares, and I kind of like that about it.
Flight from Syracuse, yeah, I've heard of him. He makes really good videos. He's only made like a handful of videos. Again, it's kind of like it goes to show, if you make really good content, that's really all you need to do. It needs to kind of pick up. Because he's made like 5 videos over the space of a year. And some of his videos have like almost like 1 million views. So I've not even had anything go over 100k yet. But I will, eventually.
Now, if Maddie talks about the high-end world of
What am I trying to say? I'm trying to fuck with you, mate. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to fuck with your head.
drug addiction, these guys talk about the low.
Alright everybody, how yous doing? I'm Francis Wilson, born and bred here in Glasgow. I ran about these streets, the city centre of Glasgow here, where I was an intravenous drug user. This is Portable, this is John Smith, my sidekick and boots on the ground. John.
Hello, I'm John.
That guy, can you guys understand what he's saying? Because I think that's to me that's quite an easy accent. But to the untrained ear that might sound quite harsh.
Born and bred in Blackburn. I come from just outside Edinburgh, so I've linked up with Francis. We come to serve the good people of Glasgow.
John and Francis are former drug addicts. Today, they run The Streets Glasgow, a YouTube page dedicated to drawing attention to the city's... drug and
understandable as an American.
So you're saying people come here, and they scrape the bricks, to make what looks like heroin.
Yes, I'll show you exactly what I mean. This might have something near it, but a bit of protection. So as you can see, it's all busted up here, right? It's all busted there. So put it in my hand there, and that represents heroin there. You know, so some addict will come up here, put that together into a butcher bag, into a wrap, then they'll sell it to some unsuspected addict as heroin. Unfortunately, I've actually did this procedure myself, you know, when I was in the deepest, darkest moments in my addiction. Me as an addict, I'm coming up here and I'm
I've been down that alleyway. I know exactly where he is. Not to sell someone fake heroin, but I have been down that alleyway as a shortcut.
I'm not thinking about any consequences. All I'm thinking about is obtaining money to buy heroin. In the last 5 years especially, the epidemic of drug addiction in Glasgow has been extremely through the roof.
Really?
All my experience in Glasgow city centre, heroin and Valium, that was your main two. But now cocaine's come on the scene, and everybody who was heroin addicts are now cocaine addicts.
Just a quick walk from the central station, John and Francis showed me one of the richest streets in the city.
And just for the viewer, we've got the Armani, Ralph Lauren. I mean, this is not a.
This is the money.
So we got
That's like the gay district in Glasgow. There's sort of like the, I think that's what you call Merchant City. A lot of kind of gay areas there.
Yeah, right next to that.
I remember I was with my dad once. We went out for a meal, and then we were walking back. We went through the Merchant City, and he was like, "You know, I'll just get a quick drink somewhere before I need to get the train back." I was like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" We just went to like a random bar. The bar was called the Riding Room, and we sat down. And then my dad went to go buy a drink, and like there was this guy at the bar, or what he thought to be initially a woman at the bar. He came back and he thought, "You see that woman? She's got a fucking massive pair of shoulders on her." And I thought, I think we're in the wrong place. It was like it turned out to be like a burlesque bar. I mean, we should have identified that pretty quickly, but you know, we just didn't really clock it. Took a bit of time. Already ordered the drinks, so we may as well just sit back and enjoy the culture until we finish our drink and got the fuck out there. There was no show on, if you're wondering. It seemed like a normal bar up until it wasn't.
We got people using drugs, sleeping in the stairwell, right next to that.
Yeah, right next to that.
It's a wild.
30 years ago, Scotland was known for drugs. So much so that Trainspotting, a movie about heroin-addicted friends, became one of the country's national films.
Choose life. Choose a job.
Today, Scotland has transformed its image to one of tourism, mountains, and castles. Yet under the surface, much hasn't changed. For 7 years in a row, Scotland has had the highest overdose rate in all of Europe. We wanted to understand why.
Highest overdose rate in Europe. That's pretty good going,
On the
considering
way,
when you think of like poor countries in Europe, you think about places like Greece. But Greek people aren't overdosing on drugs or killing themselves. It's places like Scotland, which I think a big factor is the weather, honestly, and how dark it gets all the time.
We uncovered a mix of government policy,
claiming that the Somalians are selling the crack.
Asylum seekers, not man. We can't even get the basic necessities to live.
The centre then provides clean equipment,
economic decline, and culture.
If you made an album called Clockwork Orange, would I listen to it? That sounds pretty heavy metal. That sounds pretty hard. I might listen to that in the gym. What day are we on today? Is today Thursday? Let's see. Thursday. Yeah, I think I might stream again Saturday. I was gonna maybe do it tomorrow, but I'm gonna do like some video research, and I've got a few other things I need to do. So I might stream again Saturday is my plan. What do we get? Garbage. Actually, I'll need that cape. Give me that. Let's go this way. Just the last boss to go and we're good to go. I'll call it for the day. Dum 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 dum. Oh fuck, about to run into the hole. Australia's passing hate speech law that forbids from talking about immigration in a negative way. I did see some of the stuff about what's coming out following the Bondi shooting, the disbanding of the National Socialist Network. I wonder just how exactly what's going to be quote-unquote illegal. Because you said criticising immigration in any way. I mean, at that point, it's just over. Do-do-do-do. It's okay to criticize immigration because it's too low. That's a good point. If you try to like use it, the language against it, if you do it in a promoting way, you're like, guys, the government's bringing in 10 million Indians. We need 500 million. You know, you need to be the absurdist kind of like reverse psychology angle. But there's no point even trying to outsmart the kind of hate speech laws because they're just going to get you for anything. That's the whole point in them. People think, oh, we can't say this, can't say that. Like, you can't say anything. That's the whole point. They're going to get you when they can. So, there's no point trying to cuck yourself. I mean, I'll cuck myself to an extent on YouTube. I don't want to be banned off YouTube. But in that same vein, I mean, what I say on YouTube is probably still anti... You know, it's probably could be regarded as hate speech to some people. So technically that is the risk I'm playing with living in the UK and talking about things that are based. Maybe that's why there's not that many Scottish people who do this. But I did think about that. And that's really as far as I went. I thought, that could be a possibility. Someone even commented saying like, mate, when the Democrats come back into power in 2028, then it's going to be over for you. So that made me think, okay, so I'll just not do anything for 2 years, just throw it away because of something that might happen. You know, it's all a risk. Quitting my job was a risk. Starting the channel was a risk. You know, talking about these things in the UK is a risk. Taking risks it's just more fun. You know, imagine living your life without taking a single risk. Kids and a job? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I could throw my job away and I don't have kids, so I haven't, quote unquote, nothing really to lose. Which kind of, if you are in my position, you've got nothing really to lose in that respect, then you should take the risk because you have the ability to do so. I'm asleep. I'm banished. Come on. Oh, that fucking warrior almost got munched there. Deep slumber again. Oh shit, and in comes the cavalry here. There we go. That was a fun wee dungeon. Shame I just could be fucked in New Vegas after dying too many times, but we will finish it maybe next time. Because I think we can kind of wrap it up. I need to kill the people in the casino and then just do the Hoover Dam mission. I think that's it. So we probably will get that done next time. Streaming next time, I'll make a YouTube post about it, or I'll maybe post in the Telegram. If you're not on the Telegram, just join that. It's good just to kind of keep an eye on things, what I'm doing. Because if you rely on the YouTube thing, you need to rely on the algorithm to feed you the post. So just stay on the Telegram, it's probably the best way to do it. And yeah, again, not really sure what the next video is going to be, but Australian Aboriginals drinking petrol, that could be worth investigating. That could be quite a fun, you know, a nice fun topic as opposed to what we normally cover. So, hope you enjoyed. Nice wee stream. I'll try and make some clips out of it. And